shackles. Don't want no shackles on me. Don't want no shackles. Don't want no shackles on me. I sat down with Big Brother. Don't like those RFIDs. Got the blues about my freedom. Got the blues about tyranny. I got the blues about my freedom. Got the blues about tyranny. I sat down with Big Brother and the national ID. Don't want a chip in my wallet, chip in my car. And if I want to travel, it's nobody's business how far. Don't want no shackles. Don't want no shackles on me. I said shame on Big Brother, always tracking and tracing me. Don't want a chip in my mother, chip in my wife, a chip in my babies. Stay out of our life. Don't want no shackles. Don't want no shackles on me. I sat down with Big Brother. No more slavery. Play it for me, baby.
This country starts early. It works hard. It stays focused. It keeps moving. It stands ready. And it carries the weight. Strong coffee for a strong nation.
This is all you ever hear about in this country is our differences. It's all they ever talk about. Politicians and the media always pushing the things that separate us, things that make us different. That's the way the ruling class operates in any society. They divide the rest of the people. They keep the lower and the middle classes fighting with each other so that they, the rich, can run off with all the fucking money. Fairly simple thing. Fairly simple thing. Happens to work. Anything that's different about us, you know that's what they're pushing at you. Racial differences, religious, ethnic, national backgrounds, jobs, income, education, social status, sexuality, anything they can do to keep us fighting with each other so that they can keep going to the bank.
It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. Why do you think
politics feels more like a team sport than democracy?
Because that's exactly what it became. George Washington warned people about this a long time ago. He called it the spirit of party, and he said once political parties took hold, they'd start serving themselves instead of the public. And that's exactly what happened. Loyalty goes to the machine, not the country. They protect the brand, protect the tribe, protect the donors, protect the power, and the public gets whatever's left after the fundraising and the damage control. That's the bargain now. You cheer for your colors, they keep the scoreboard lit, and everybody acts like the game's what matters. Washington understood that once parties get strong enough, they stop asking what's good for the people and start asking what's good for the party. And once that happens, democracy turns into maintenance. Maintain the power, maintain the loyalty, maintain the illusion.
Keep it home, baby.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
You were all out of bubblegum. Welcome, everybody, for another number 101 of Talking with Conspiracy. Hope y'all are doing well. I see the Rumble chat is rumbling. We got YouTube going. It's going to be a good show. We got James here tonight on a Wednesday night. And we got Derrick, our special guest, Derrick. He's going to come give us some great insight and on all kinds of fun things tonight, I think.
What's going on, you guys? What's happening? Thanks for having me. It's going to be a blast.
Oh, yeah.
time to get weird.
No time constraints. However you want to go, we can just rock and roll, and
Nice.
and then we show some cat videos at the end, whatever.
Nice, yeah.
I got a few videos for the end. So, I guess to start off, for the ones that don't know, I know a lot of the trouble, of course, all the Troubled Minds folks know exactly who you are and everything, but for the ones that don't, kind of give everybody kind of insight and.
Yeah. I'm Derrick, the Night Stocker. Derrick from Massachusetts is usually what gets said before a call. But the Night Stocker, like spelt like shelf stalker, because I work overnight at a supermarket. And I don't know, I'm into, I guess, synchronicity, synchromysticism, just kind of connecting the dots between different seemingly disconnected things in the zeitgeist. Different weird connections, different things that kind of tickle the imagination a little bit, but seem to have an eerie layer of coincidence to them, and could be conspiracy, could just be coincidence, could be the tapestry of reality, catching a glimpse behind the curtain, that kind of stuff. But it's just that's the cool stuff to me. Yeah, so I mean, people just know me here from just calling in. I don't have any shows to promote or any books or anything like that. I like to call in while I'm stocking shelves and just try to riff on whatever the topic is. Yeah, that's basically it. No, I have no real paranormal experiences or anything like that. Just fascinated by the topics, and I like the ideas of it and stuff. The theories of it.
Yeah, you do have a YouTube channel with one video, and
technically. Yeah, I made that in like 2019 range. It was supposed to be like an intro / trailer to a show I never did. But
never say never.
Yeah, like after I made it, it took a while to edit, and then after I made it, my computer broke, my laptop broke, so I didn't have a laptop for like 4 or 5 years probably.
Oh man!
And now I'm just procrastinating. I'm just not in the routine of doing it. I gotta get in the mode. So I'm grateful to all the shows letting me on, because it's a way for me to kind of get this stuff out of my brain and talk about it with people. Other than just me like alone in my aisle, just thinking about the stuff by myself.
I understand. I did grocery. I worked for grocery about 8 years, and
nice.
It's just getting a row. I've been working at this warehouse. There's an electrical warehouse where they're liquidating a bunch of stuff, and they just have me scrapping a bunch of like brand new lights, all big lights. And I'm just tearing boxes open, throwing the light in my trailer and throw the box, and it's kind of remind me of my stocking days. And then I turn around and look, and there's like cardboard everywhere. I'm like, yep, this looks familiar here.
Yeah, exactly. I've been doing it since I was at my first store when I was like 16, and then through college, and then I spent like 2 years after college full time during the day, and then I was at this job for like the past, it'll be 12 years in August overnight. So 12 years overnight, and it feels like 2 years. It feels like a blur. So I keep asking everybody, does the last 10 years, since like 2016 to now, feel like a blur? Is it just because I'm getting older? Is it because I'm working overnight and time feels weird for me and stuff? But it's just like, I don't know. It feels like one long day with a bunch of naps in between. But,
It's all of the above.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. But yeah, time's a blur.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I think it feels like time's speeding up a little bit, but they do say that as you get older, it does. And yeah, working nights just wrecks your whole, like, we're not meant to sleep during the day and work at night, truly, but it is what it is. I mean, like I said, I did it for many years, and I don't know, ended up working nights for this asphalt company for a while, and that last time I told them straight up, go to hell. I was like, I'm not doing it no more.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not doing it no more. And okay. And they didn't make me do it no more. I guess they figured I was going to walk, which eventually I did, but
yeah,
because it was just, I don't know. I just seen one of the guys almost get killed over there and falling asleep, and for them it made me mad because they kind of like just blamed him. It was his fault. I'm like, but we were working back and forth. We worked nights 2 days, come back on day for a day or so, then go back to nights, and we were roller coastering it, and your body's wrecking, and I was like, man, y'all killing my guys, and blah blah blah, and I'm like, and then he fell asleep and drove the 80,000 pound loader into a feeder,
Damn.
And luckily he hit it where he did, because there's a big pit over there. If he was on the other side, he could have went off in a 20-foot pit, or he could have run over somebody.
Yeah.
It could have been so much worse. And they're like, well, it was his fault, blah blah blah. I'm like, man, y'all ain't worth a damn.
Yeah.
I won't say what I want to say, but yeah. But
Even
yeah,
just,
no, I take my hat off to you, man, for working that many years. Nice. That's
Yeah,
it's always been hard.
I think I'm just afraid of the. I mean, it wouldn't be bad if the rest of the world wasn't operating during the day. It's just tough that like everybody else is awake when I'm trying to sleep and that type of stuff. But yeah, I think I'm afraid of change. This is the only job I've ever done since I was a teenager. And I'm the best in the world at it. I'm like really good at it. I'm really good at it. I'm the only one who takes it this seriously too. So that's probably part of it. It's a menial job that anyone can do. So I don't want to. Yeah, I'm afraid of the unknown. But it is kind of weighing on me. It's aging me quick, I feel like. But it's something.
Yeah. You work nights. It's in dog ears, I think.
For sure.
It really
Sorry,
is.
James, I cut you off.
no, just even I don't even have a regular job, but I'm because of my eyes, I'm up a lot, mostly every night for a good part of the night, and I end up sleeping like twice a day because of that. My eyes being as sensitive to light as they are, and it's I do it because I kind of need to, but yeah, it's a long day that way.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But
So when I do agree, time is weird, and I mean, there's all kinds of examples of time anomalies and all that too, which are really amazing to me. People from different time periods seeing each other, or stepping into different time periods and then stepping out again, all that. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it's really, really, really wild. I mean, it's not as simple as it's supposed to be, I think.
Yeah. And just kind of just our, I don't know, just the way I'm processing it at least. And I don't know if just because like in the early aughts and stuff, time was more formative to me. Or like I can, the difference between 2002 and 2006 is a huge difference in my mind. But the difference between like, let's say 2019 and 2025, it feels like nothing to me. It feels like a blur. And it feels like there's really no change necessarily in the culture other than AI is increasing, that kind of stuff. But if you were to be like all the time I'm scrolling through the movies and everything, I'm just like, oh, this movie came out pretty recently, and I look at it, it's like, oh no, 2020 or 2021. I'm like, it still feels pretty recently, but that's half a decade now. We're in 2026. We're in the second half of this decade. And then if you go back to the 90s or the 80s and stuff, the difference between 82 and 87 or 92 and 98 and stuff, those are like completely different aesthetics, completely different cultures, those are like solid in my head. Those are crystallized in my head. Whereas the last 10 years just feels so nebulous and stuff. And I always give the comparison, like, as soon as the 90s were over, we were throwing 90s parties, like 90s like style parties, or like 80s parties. We immediately knew what that was afterwards. Or George Lucas made American Graffiti about like the 60s and car culture and stuff immediately after it was over. Like as soon as the decade's over, people were able to like understand the aesthetic and understand the vibe and the symbols and the palette of that decade. But if you were to tell me right now, make a movie, describe 2015, how is it different in 2025? Other than like the kids are wearing baggy pants again, and we have AI now. Like, what is the difference? Doesn't make sense. Like, it just feels like more stuff is happening, more shit is happening. It feels like we should be like making more memories, but it feels like everything is kind of blurring together. Is this a common phenomenon? Like, is this just aging, or does it make sense what I'm trying to say about?
No, it's a combination. I think it's a combination. Like, especially, like it doesn't really seem, other than COVID for like 2020 and that stuff happening. But after that, like, we really hadn't, like, our music's really, there's no big change in music. Like you were talking about them decades or them years between each there, like there was big music changes, you hit the end of the 80s, early 90s, and you hit grunge, and then or into the 70s, and you got out of disco into, synth pop and stuff like that. There was such a big swing on music, and now it's pretty much the same. Everybody's gotten like a rut on music wise, and and just everything going on in the world it's like same thing every day. Hey, we're in a hey, we're in a war, which okay, yeah, every year's there's that we're in conflict with somebody. We're doing this,
Yeah.
and like you said, the only real big thing that's built up is the AI and the data centers is the big talking points right now. I mean, but like you couldn't like make a movie for the 2020s right now.
What
I
does it
don't
look
see.
like? Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
other than having stuff from COVID with people with plastic bags over their heads and balloon suits and
Yeah.
all of the insanity of the different things people wearing out to the store. Some being silly, some being special minded. I would say, but
Yeah.
you know, but they was all in in the context.
Yeah, exactly. Matt Sowell in the chat just said, yeah, the golden age of hip hop and the birth and death of grunge and everything. And yeah, it's like that's like the late '80s hair metal and stuff leading into the early '90s grunge and everything. And then you can see like the Vanilla Ice or kind of Naughty by Nature, MC Hammer, early '90s rap moving into gangster rap in the late '90s and stuff with Tupac and Biggie and everything. And then they died in like '96 or '96, '97, and it gets into like Jay-Z and stuff. And just that's like less time between '86 and '97. I don't know, like that feels like more significant, a significant 11 years. A lot of cultural change happened in that time period. But between now and 2015, I don't understand what necessarily has changed. And the only really big thing I see on videos and stuff is that like the jeans have went from skinny to big again, and that's essentially the only thing that really changed, which is weird, you know. But more stuff is happening, like more like the quickening is kind of going on. There's more novelty. There's more like things happening. But it feels like maybe all that information is making it kind of tough to process and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Like the pop culture isn't as sticky and stuff. Like a movie in the '80s and '90s and stuff. These movies would play for, like they were awesome movies. Like we're gonna talk about Spielberg tonight and everything. And these movies have stood the test of time, and this is like the golden age of Hollywood and everything. But they also played for, there was like 10 movies that year, and they played for like 12 months, and they were like one of only a dozen media options, whereas now we're being overwhelmed. I'm constantly trying to play catch up. I feel like I haven't been bored in like half a decade, because all the stimulus coming in. I've been overwhelmed. I've been like tired and like beaten down, it feels like, but like the boredom is too much stuff, and so it feels like, I don't know. This is just a tangent, but
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at like all the movies and like you said with the movies and stuff, because now we got the Netflix are making movies and Apple's making movies
Yeah.
and Amazon's making movies, and so there's so much different stuff coming in, and I think on purpose, to help distract us for anything and everything. But it's just a plethora of, like you said, everything coming in at us. And it is different, and then half the stuff they're doing is just remakes now. Like we're
Yeah.
remaking '80s stuff. Everything's getting remade.
yeah,
I just seen today I dropped it a meme on it. It was talking about, they're talking about remaking They Live now.
yeah.
So
Freaking out. Oh, they said that today? I didn't see that. Who's doing that?
they're supposed to be remaking They Live, and
Oh, that's crazy.
Johnny Carpenter is supposed to be part of it and everything. So
Wow.
yeah,
My pitch
Should
for
be
that, my pitch for They Live 2 at least would be that it takes place, like time has passed. They thought they got a victory with like the glasses and everything, but then half the population thinks that they're like awake, thinks that they have these glasses that are allowing them to see the truth, but then it comes to find out that like no, these glasses are like also being constructed by the aliens, and they're being it's
Yeah.
like it's fake, because I feel like the last 10 years a lot of people have believed that they have the true conspiracies. Oh, I know what's going on, just to come to find out they've got absolutely bamboozled, by just more of the same. Yeah, I saw that Escape from New York is getting remade by Zack Snyder. It came out the other day, which is crazy. And I'm in this weird like nostalgia bubble where like my formative years for pop culture, when I like really like created my own taste and started to like actively get into like learning about this stuff. So I'm 10 in the year 2000, like 11 in 2001, and then VH1 starts doing the I Love the '80s, I Love the '90s series. Do you remember those back in the day? And
Oh, yeah.
that was like immediately after the decade was over. So I'm like processing, like so I have nostalgia. So that like that 2002 is that's longer between now and then as it was between what it was talking about originally. You know, so I have nostalgia now, 20 plus year nostalgia for shows for a whole type of content that was nostalgia based. I have nostalgia for nostalgia, and I feel like that's not uncommon. I think, and when there's a weird nostalgia bubble, everything is like, I don't know, nothing's real, so it's just not sticking as much. You know, it seems like we're just floating down a stream. I don't know.
Well, even Beetlejuice 2, that
Yeah,
sequel that came out, I mean, that was all about the nostalgia of the first movie and of that time period.
yeah,
I won't give away anything about the movie plot or anything like that, but just I will tell you there's a lot of music in that movie, and it's all music from that time period of the first movie, which is late '80s. And it didn't. The second movie I don't think did as well as the first movie did. And they're gonna make a third one, and I don't have the highest hopes for that either. I'm sorry, I don't.
yeah.
Um,
I never saw it, the
but
second one.
yeah, I mean it's good, but it's not as good as the first one. But that's just me. I mean, the first one was my favorite one of all time, so
Yeah.
it's hard. But also, I've heard that people like the first one better still than the second one.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. It's tough to match it, like especially with like comedies and especially with the 20-year gap. You know, it's tough. But the way they say in Hollywood now, like if you're a writer with an original idea and you're trying to pitch it to a studio, they'll tell you, "Oh, we love the idea, but just here's a list of all the IP that we own. This is our catalog for everything the studio owns. Take that idea and put it under a banner of a IP that we own already." You know, so it's like that's why there's original ideas happening, but then they're being shoved into other intellectual property. You know, which makes it. I like new stuff. Like that's the thing. Like I'm into things that are coming out. It's not like I don't. I'm not one of these people who say everything sucks now. But it's just there's so much of it. You know, I'm trying to catch up on stuff that I missed. I'm trying to like watch the X Files and everything, or trying to like rewatch old Saturday Night Live and stuff, while like keeping track of everything that's happening. Like ongoing stuff for every streamer is vying for your attention. Everything is like constantly going for your attention. Plus YouTube and podcasts and all that kind of stuff is not. And I have a job that allows me to like consume content while I'm working, and I still can't keep up with it. You know, stuff.
It's too much. It really
Yeah.
is. It's like especially like how like to the point now is like I got just for the podcast and live streaming stuff. I know so many people now, and I'm like I'd like to be on everybody's show.
Yeah.
We joke about it. So, we all can't be sweets and be on everybody's show at the same time.
Yeah, Charlotte Sweets,
Right.
Charlotte Sweets. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but but seriously, it's hard. It's like, all right, well, I can try to hit these here, and then I'll try to get this, and try to spread the love, um, and it is hard. It's hard to get everybody, and then on top of that, you just got life. Life happens where you working or like, and for me, I've been working on like Saturdays, so I'm missing certain things, or this or that's been happening. So it's kind of it is so much content, just our friends, that we
Yeah.
have. If we just want to, involve and watch and listen to that, there's not enough hours in a day, truly.
Yeah, exactly. And then you guys are actually making content too. Like that's why, like I'm envious and like in awe of the people who you guys who make content and everything. I don't even know where to begin. You know, some people are like, "Oh, I don't know how you watch all this stuff. I don't know how you keep up with all this stuff." Which is like I'm not making stuff, and I know as soon as I start making stuff, then that will slip right out of the window. I won't be able to consume any content and stuff. So I tip
You
my
had
hat to
to,
you guys for sure.
yeah, I had to cut back a little bit, or
Yeah,
do like I do sometimes, and I'm ADD. I got my two screens, and I'll be
yeah,
editing over here and watching stuff over here at the same time, and having it kind of playing, um, and then I'll hear something, I'll listening and stuff, try to pay attention, and hot words or something hit me. I'm like, oh, what'd they say? And then I'll figure, start listening really good. And um, but yeah, it is hard, just try to, especially when you want to hit, if you're trying to hit certain numbers or certain, schedules and stuff.
yeah.
But yeah, I'll say if you ever try, want to start, start trying, just start throwing, once a week, once a month, hell, once a month. You know, I know everybody would be really in tune to hear, you know, what you had to say and stuff like that. It'd be really cool.
Eventually, yeah.
One day.
I got all these neuroses. I don't know. I got all these things. I don't want to get into my own ramblings, but I just, yeah, I don't know. I want to. I've said like I treat it like I'm making like a musical catalog and stuff, and it's fine for me to like hop on somebody else's podcast. That's like being a feature on a rap song and stuff. But when it's my own album and stuff, then I got to be more selective. I'm going to come out like from the jump with a good album like Drake did, you know, or like Jay-Z and stuff, you know, like Tarantino or something like that. Like every movie counts, like the whole catalog counts.
Yeah, I understand.
Which is the opposite of what I should be doing. Like every single person in the game, everyone, the biggest people, smallest people, they'll all tell you just you have to do it 1,000 times before you get good. You have to just keep going all the time. You have to do it just to nobody before anybody finds you and stuff. So I know I'm doing it wrong, but
absolutely, it is that, you know, and it's hard, you know. And I watch some of them channels and stuff like that, and they have like 100 subscribers or less, and you know, and they got like one view here, and I've been there on that. I mean, I ain't get a huge channel now, but you know, but it's, you know, it is kind of disheartening. Like, man, I've only had, especially when you first started, like, I only got 5 views. That was a great video, you know. You know, like you pour your heart into it, and you're like, this is going to be a damn good video, and then you get 10 views. I'm like, you know. But it's one of the things is you just got to keep on keeping on and just keep on trying, you know, throwing stuff out there. And you know, you can come back and rehash it. I did that on some videos. I put them back out again, throwback videos I was doing. And it did more views then because I had more, you know, kind of more viewers and stuff like that. And it did better numbers like I thought it would do, you know, or you know, or so. You know, so it's just one of them things is, yeah, you do have to just keep doing it. And but you know, yeah, I mean, you got half of it. You used to talk in front of people and stuff like that, and get on shows and having conversations. So that's the big thing. I mean, you're good on that. Now you just got to.
I feel like if you know, I feel like if you have a show, you're like a daddy. You're like the dad of the show or the mom of the show or whatever. And right now I'm kind of just a weird uncle who gets just come over like at random times and just like hang out, and people like him and stuff, and but he can go away and he doesn't have to do it all the time. But also like I'm unfulfilled a little bit. It'd be nice to have my own child and all that kind of stuff. Like I feel the biological clock ticking, so to speak. The urge to pop out a podcast baby. But that's fine for now. You know, it's no big deal. Yeah.
Yeah, you get there. Like I said, one day it's just like I know, like I did it. I did it with this. I did it with like jujitsu and stuff when I started training martial arts and doing MMA and stuff. I was like, F it, I'm doing it. You know, it was just to the point I was like, I've been wanting to do this, and I've been wanting to do it since the 90s.
Yeah.
And it took me all the way to 2008 finally to say, I don't care what it is. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna try, and I've been doing it ever since, kind of thing. So. One of the things, eventually one day you'll do that. I'm sure he'll be like, F it, today is the day.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah. I don't know. So what else? What else you thinking about?
Yeah, Chad, Uncle Derrick. That's it. Uncle Derrick.
Yeah. Uncle Stocker.
Like I said, I was hoping wherever we wanted to kind of take it today. There's so much of stuff that, you know, in the world to talk about. We got, if you want to swing political stuff or wherever, you know. I know you want to do some stuff with the sync stuff, and I'm good with whatever. I'm just glad you're here, and we finally able to make this, you know, come together. We've been trying for a little bit, so.
Yeah. I mean, I can talk about if you would hit, like I have the notes here for the syncs and stuff, but just in general, it's tough for me to like kind of just go and not feel like I'm rambling. But if you were to like prompt me, like, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? What do you think about this? Then I can go and go and go and go for as long as you want. So I'm afraid to just start getting into my notes and getting buried and getting lost in the sauce a little bit. But yeah, right now in general, I'm in UFO mode. I'm crushing Spielberg interviews. I'm crushing Spielberg's whole catalog the past few weeks, and then just crushing as many UFO flying saucer movies as I can get. Because the biggest thing in the zeitgeist in my mind right now is just saucer season, spooky saucer season in particular is popping off. But
Yeah.
Wait, nuts and bolts? You're not into the whole just the mechanical, just I mean all that. I'm surprised. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I mean, we can wind it back to that too. I mean, for people who don't know me, I've been I've said this a million times on Troubled Minds and stuff. I've been annoyed with the constant nuts and bolts part of ufology for the last like 75 years or whatever. And during the 75th anniversary on the show, we were talking about like the summer of strange saucers and stuff, like the end of the summer of nuts and bolts, or the end of the nuts and bolts saucers, and then moving to the strangeness. We get the orbs and the summoning, and the Stephen Greer stuff, and all that kind of weirdness, the occult aspects of it, and those things moving to the forefront and everything. So, but just as I've been getting into the pop culture, like the pop culture UFO stuff, the past month or whatever, I do like the UFO nuts and bolts aesthetic of it, like the vibe. Like I want to get some flying saucer posters and that type of shit. Like I'm getting into. I like how it looks. I like the vibe of it. But just as far as getting to the truth, I don't think we're dealing with spacemen from space. I think it's possible. I'm open to that. I think there's life out there, but I think the evidence doesn't point to that necessarily, even though the pop culture would tell us that's what's happening. I think it's stranger than that, like whether it's ultra-terrestrial or just some nameless phenomena we don't understand yet. But it's complicated, and the nuts and bolts stuff has kind of been like pushed in the forefront, kind of like been dangled in front of us, maybe as like part of the ritual or part of the magic of it. But I feel like the cooler stuff is buried underneath that, and I feel like that's finally starting to come out a little bit in different ways.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think so too, and I think you're gonna hear me say it probably 100 times. It's just my new. I was on somewhere else and I was commenting on stuff like EOT above. I think it's so much everything. I do think there's some stuff that's been here a long time. All that stuff underwater. The USOs is the one that's really kind of intrigues me. Because we have no idea. They talk about we know more about outer space than we do about our own oceans, and the bottoms and stuff. We really don't have no idea, just a small percentage of it, just certain ideas. And they're always finding new life and fish and all kinds of, especially when you get down super deep. But,
the abyss.
Yeah, the abyss, and then, Mariana Trench and all that, and they get super deep down in there. And, I do wonder, some of the stuff that is coming out I think some of the stuff that's coming out right now is like a super distraction, but it is interesting to see. I'm glad to see more people are like you can talk about it more now. That's the good part. There's not people turn around and there's actually on mainstream. Fox News is talking about the 4 types of aliens.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's like who would have thought 10 years, 5 years ago would they'd be up there with a serious face and not laughing. Every other time, throughout, you watch the news, they would be like, hi, 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 laughing, talking about UFOs or this and that.
Yeah.
And, even with the Phoenix Lights and anything else that, they had that little press conference and brought an alien out there and all that crap. Now it's coming up to the front and trying to be halfway serious. But I'm wondering, why now? My little antenna just sticks up. It's like, why now? Why are we doing what in this situation? And then with the, everything going on. I know the 250-year anniversary of the United States, birthday, and all of it just, to me, is like everything coming together in one spot. It just makes me curious on that. But, we got, it is. And right now it is UFO season. It's all for like you're talking about documentaries. There's a new one popped out it seemed like every day. I seen Contact in the Desert shared one talking about one. I looked it up and everything, and they won like $20 for it. But so I was like, I ain't paying $20 for that. But
no. It'll be free on YouTube in like a month probably.
Yeah, I was saying, just wait. It'll come out for free.
Yeah. There was one just got announced today. One of the I'm blanking on his name, Jay something. Just I can't, just announced that or a book. He's doing a book, Out of the Shadows, to like disclose all this stuff. Jay something. He's apparently the highest ranking whistleblower we've ever had or whatever, according to what all the UFO things are circulating. Yeah, I think it's like multi-tracked because I think there's the ritual aspect of it, there's the occult aspect of it. I think that we're in a process of a they're not trying to fake disclosure or fake alien invasion or fake something. I think they're trying to manifest it. They're trying to make it happen. Fake it till you make it. Fake it till you manifest it. They worship these alien gods. They worship the Watchers, the Titans, this other presence that's around us all the time. They're trying to call it in. Potentially, they're trying to give it form, and that might be in the form of technology. They're trying to get some kind of like upgrade in technology. Like Matt Sowell on the 100th show was talking about the Dana Pasalka gifting program and stuff. And I think that's kind of a form of like Roswell, like they initiated that. They asked for it. It wasn't like a cargo cult thing. It was like a call and response type of thing. So we did Operation Crossroads where we launched nukes in the upper atmosphere, like a year or two a day before Roswell, led by General Ramey, who was in charge of Roswell, out of Roswell. Crossroads in occultism is the place, like the liminal area where you make deals with entities and stuff. We make arrangements. We like sell your soul for guitar skills, or that's the classic one or whatever, or where you would ask a presence for technology. They asked for something and they received it. The Trinity stuff, all the Jack Parsons, all that kind of stuff, and then they received it in the form of a down craft that led to 75 years of technology. And then we're kind of we're stagnant a little bit. Like we're having the AI thing, but it might not be working the way we think it's working. And then also, what else is going on? Like we're hitting we're stagnant. The iPhone is not really improving in the way it did 10 years ago and stuff. They're smaller incremental adjustments and stuff. So it's like we're waiting for the new one. So maybe by like telling everybody that it is technology, that the next form of gifting will be like the next dose of technology. So, and then just, I don't know, all kind of like occult, honoring the space god stuff, like that kind of stuff. But then independent on the other track, they are trying to birth this AI god and everything. And in the UFO lore, what's been the biggest thing keeping the disclosure from happening is the energy aspect of it. Like they're wrapped up with fossil fuels. They don't want to give the free energy out. They don't want to give this Tesla tech out and stuff. But now we're stuck. This AI thing can't be born with these data centers sucking up all the resources and stuff. It's not worth the juices and worth the squeeze and stuff. We can't happen. But maybe it can happen if if they roll out this next wave of the alien tech, whatever, the Tesla tech, like the next dose. And that way, that's where the AI needs to be born. Alien tech, Tesla tech. You know what I mean? So it's coordinated. What do you
think? Yeah, I mean, it would be quite the amazing coincidence if they did that right around the time of again 250th anniversary. July 4th. If that happens around that time, and look how great we are. We just figured this out. Right around the same time of this huge anniversary for us, basically. That would be yeah. I could see them sort of trying to time that just right, or around there anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I really think that it just makes in my head, in my twisted brain, that it really does make sense. Like, hey, it'd be a perfect opportunity just to bring everything together. We got the Independence Day movies and stuff like that. We had the movie, type stuff in our head, and so all of a sudden bring some stuff out right around the 4th. I really gonna have. I think something's gonna happen before midterms. We for sure are gonna have some kind of incident of some kind of thing. We already had the troll, aliens.gov website pop, and so it's kind of like a half step back there, but they're releasing all these files, and they are supposed to be releasing some more. Supposedly supposed to be some high def videos on the way, not just the grainy ones. And I hope maybe not as redacted as the ones they got out right now. Like half of this stuff's redacted as hell. It's crazy.
Yeah.
The Tic Tac and stuff didn't have it wasn't redacted for them. I don't. It was showing coordinates and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not sure why now we're getting these redacted videos and stuff like that. That's covering some of that stuff up, but could be, maybe showing where they are, or maybe it's right off the coast or something like that. And
it just seems. Yeah.
Go ahead.
It just seems like a way to bring it back into the conversation. Is really, if you're into it, it's really nothing like revelatory. It's really nothing that we didn't know. It's kind of the same stuff. Some of it's been like debunked in the past. Some of it we just definitely had. The new stuff isn't. It's just orbs. It's being debunked in the present. It's really nothing meaty. It's not like, it is not disclosure, but like I'm watching sightings and stuff from the early 90s and everything, and it's just if these things were happening in the 90s or even in the 2010s, our minds would be blown. Like so in 2026, UFOs do exist. Like that's flat out. Like just in the history books, UFOs are real now. Just the question is, what are they and stuff. So the way they're being framed is interesting to me, and the way these official channels are kind of talking about them in terms of like angels and demons and stuff, and the people like rolling them out from the official channels, like Luna and stuff, are talking about them in the context of being biblically accurate angels, and the vice president talking about them as demons and stuff. Like, I don't know, it seems weird, and so it seems like, and it's just like these like data dumps, kind of like the Epstein files and stuff. It's not like information that's we can do anything with. It's like, it's not curated. It's almost designed to give some kind of analysis paralysis, some kind of information overload to the people. And then I think that's almost like part of the ritual or part of the psyop or whatever you want to call it. You just kind of hit them with a barrage of information, fry them, give them a bunch of different narratives that they can chase and follow or whatever, and then just kind of, I don't know, it seems like some kind of magic show. It just seems like a ritual. And then I have the notes here from immediately after the first dose of files and stuff. And I had said on Mike's show on Troubled Minds that when Hegseth came out with them, like he said these files have been hidden behind speculation, yada yada. It's time for the American people to see it for themselves. It's been secret, now it's revealed. That's a bunch of stuff over and over again. It's been secret. It's like the time for it to be hidden is over, and yada yada, over and over again. And it just seemed like the vibe was, ta-da! Like, we had a curtain over this information for so long, and we pulled the curtain off. Ta-da! And it's like a magic act. Lift up my sleeves and stuff. It just seems like the vibe of it. And yeah, it seems like a ritual. And then Lauren Boebert, Representative Boebert, she said that these secret government files reveal demonic entities known as Nephilim for the Old Testament. And that there's a video clip in her car where she equated the unidentified aerial phenomena with, quote, fallen angels and Nephilim from the Old Testament, describing it as demonic. And then, I mean, like, and that might be true, might not be true. And if it's just some random person online saying it, that's one thing. But she's in Congress. Like, this is a person who's like in the official channels. These are like the narratives of people being told to their constituents, or just told to the internet in general, and we're going to make sense of it. And then Representative Anna Paulina Luna, whose birthday was 2 days before the original files, May 6th and May 8th. And then Luna is not her real name. She changed her name to Luna in 2020. It's like her grandmother's or her mother's maiden name or something like that. And there was a divorce, so she changed it. But lunar, like lunar deities, moon child, like moon, like shoot the moon, like impregnate the moon. That's like the lunar rituals, lunar deities, lunar worship. It's moon magic. I mean, DreamWorks. There's the moon. Steven Spielberg's thing is the moon child. That's the logo for it and everything. It just seems very occult. And then, so then she tweeted out a picture of a biblically accurate angel, and she said this is the Nephilim. It's a, quote, actual representation of angels, saying that these things are non-human interdimensional visitors. It says that they're angels described in the Bible, everything, which is interesting or whatever. But I don't know, it just doesn't feel organic. I was listening to her on Rogan, and it was just like 3 hours of nothing, just political talking point, peppered with like, maybe angels are aliens. Maybe aliens are angels. Maybe aliens are demons. Read the Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch is weird. We're selling a lot of copies of the Book of Enoch. Political talking point, political talking point, Book of Enoch, political talking point, and that was not. It was like she was just sent out there to be told to talk about the Book of Enoch and nothing else. I don't know. I'm rambling, but that's these official channels talking about it in a way where it's not nuts and bolts. It should be cool to me. I like these different ideas, but it just feels like more of a regression. That it's like, I think we're dealing with something weirder, something stranger than spacemen from space, but also something stranger than demons from hell that work for Satan and stuff. I think we're dealing with a different type of phenomena that we don't necessarily have words for, and to just call them biblical demons or biblical angels might be true. I'm open to all of it, but feels like we're going backwards a little bit, and it's official, which is weird to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we get, and also like you get the Vice President of the United States sitting there talking about his demons. I agree with these official, and that's where they always want to push that narrative. Well, I seen, who was talking about it, how, well, it's not just regular people, a farmer in a field, and this is generals, and this is, representatives, and all these people, of power, which, I really don't like that mindset.
Yeah.
People are people,
Yep.
They don't make them less credible because they don't have a title beside their name, but they, they're pushing this narrative of like this demon, and I've heard that, what in the, I said, to me, it gets my conspiracy brain going. It gets my little antenna up on, and it's like, okay, what are they hinting at? What is in the Book of Enoch that they're going to? Are they going to try to use something in there to push, like, or they're actually just showing, hey, what was in there with the, what he's seen in the sky, and was, some of the pictures described some of the the release files described some of the, the things that Enoch described in the book, and it's like, could be, and like Elisha in the Bible, and it's just, I wonder if they're, what kind of, what's their game with it? It basically,
I mean, I think it's cool. Like, I should think it's cooler than it is. And I've spent the last decade talking about Lovecraftian old ones and Titans and all this kind of stuff. And the apocalypse that I want is Godzilla and everything. It's monsters coming out of giant portals and attacking cities and stuff. Like, that's more fun than pandemics and everything. That's more fun than economic collapses and everything I want. Like, if we're gonna get an apocalypse, give me the Titans, But a watcher or these giants and stuff from the Book of Enoch, these angels that are thousands of feet tall and everything, that's closer. That is what I'm talking about. That is Lovecraftian old ones. It is Titans and everything, but it's just the way they're presenting it, the way they're rolling it out. It does not feel organic. It feels like just the reading lines and everything. And it just feels weird. It doesn't feel truthful. And it feels like they're just while new information, they're pretending to give out new information, they're like putting people's blinders on. Like, don't look around. Just like, this is just focus on this one paradigm, this one Christian paradigm and stuff. Like, doesn't this seem like it's kind of familiar and stuff? I mean, I don't know. It just like, it doesn't feel like an open flow of information. It feels like a curated conjuring potentially, especially if they're venerating some kind of these watcher angels. If they worship these things, if they worship these space gods, they worship these watchers, then to get everybody to think about them and pay attention to them seems like what they would want, So that could be part of the thing.
Yeah, I do think you're right about they're focusing on this one interpretation of things that could be, probably have been seen by many cultures around the world and given all these different names, but they're focusing on basically one name, or maybe two names if you count the whole Nephilim thing, but they're focusing on this one image or this one interpretation of what it could be, when if you look throughout time, there's been descriptions of all kinds of things but they're all given different names, but when you look at descriptions of things, they seem to be similar in many cases. And you know, the it's funny because I do agree with you. You know, it's another narrative, and there's been narratives in the whole UFO field for a long time now, and they were supposedly backed by sources within the government, and that's still happening. But now you have people in the government directly coming out and sort of taking that whole narrative thing to just a whole new level, more so now than they ever used to, and I'm just as suspicious of it as you are, and when it comes to all this.
Yeah, I mean, given the binary option, I mean, I'm with you guys. All the above. Like my favorite theories, or my goal when theorizing and trying to come up with some kind of unified theory, is to connect all of it, not to scratch things off. Is to like unify all the theories, and so I think they're all cool. So when things are being limited, that feels off to me and stuff. Or when things like have to cross out things in order to work, it seems like it doesn't work as well. But if given the binary choice between, are these things from space, spacemen from space, a presence from space, or Nephilim, I would probably choose Nephilim, to be honest with you. But I'm open to all of it, and I don't necessarily think that's what it is per se. But it's just the way it's being presented doesn't feel like expansive, or like it doesn't give me the brain tingles. It gives me the feeling of like we're headed towards a modern day witch trials in a different formation or whatever. It's the regressive aspect of it's like the God fearing part of the phenomena, and not necessarily like the trying to get down to what it really is. It just seems like a regressive thing and stuff. But then in the meantime, like all the summoning stuff is happening and stuff. So like if we are dealing with some kind of like weird like demonic presence or something like that they're all talking about, we have people or just any kind of presence, an unknown presence, some kind of other. We're being told to summon them all the time. Like Stephen Greer has his very famous protocols, and he's really making the rounds. I've seen him like he's doing like Vlad TV and all these like rap hip hop culture like podcasts and everything. He's doing like mainstream non-UFO podcasts that are popping up on my reels all the time. He's really getting out there, and he's looking more and more like an alien every day. Like I don't know, the TikTok format's not really flattering for him at all. But he's out there crazy, telling people all about his protocols and everything. While also saying that like they're all good, all the bad stuff you've heard, you either misunderstood it or it's a lie, which just like seems like blatantly dumb.
Wow.
Yeah, like that's his whole thing. And then he also has like my conspiracy brain. He has a Rockefeller on his team. He's teaching Kesha and Demi Lovato, these like ex-Disney traumatized Disney kids who have a history of mental health problems, how to summon these presences, how to invite this metaphorical vampire that we don't know what we're dealing with. Like, so we have these protocols being formed. We can call this thing in, pay attention to this thing, and invite this thing in, and we know that it works. And that's really all we know. We don't know what it is, but we know it works. And it's just, to me, like, I think it would be cool to go out there and summon a UFO, and I want to see one, but it just feels like playing with fire. It feels dangerous to do. It feels like taking a psychedelic if you were really traumatized and stuff. You're gonna have a bad trip. It feels like inviting a presence in, like the big bad wolf or whatever. Like we don't know what it is, you know. And then Corbell is doing it too with his UFO friends, and George Knapp wrote the book about his friends that are doing it, the orb summoners, quote unquote. Joe Rogan, during the week of the first drop, the May 8th drop, he said on his podcast, like, have you heard about this summoning thing? People are summoning UFOs. I think we should do this. I think we should try this. And like, he's the male Oprah in 2026. He has the biggest platform in the world. So him just putting that idea out there, put it into the minds of everyone, the casuals, the ones who are into him for comedy or for UFC and stuff, not into this stuff at all. But now, I mean, you can be a 14-year-old kid listening to Joe Rogan, really don't know anything about this stuff. Oh, UFOs are getting big right now. Oh, Joe Rogan said you can summon them. Oh, here's how you do it. I'm going to smoke a little bit of weed and go out and summon a orb with my friends and stuff. And before you know it, I don't know, they're possessed by something. I don't know. Like, the possibilities are endless, but it just doesn't feel like a healthy thing for a traumatized, on the razor's edge culture to be doing, is inviting this faceless, nameless presence in that may or may not be after the betterment of society, or could be getting us to build our own prison with technology or whatever, draining our fear, draining our illusion, getting us to pay attention to it.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
Like you're looking at like Ouija boards or something like that. Like you don't know what they're going to summon with it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I was sitting there thinking about it. You're looking at. I seen a cartoon from like 30s, and I'm thinking about it too on what you're saying. And like it could be like Saturn worshippers and stuff like that, because it was an interesting little cartoon. It showed Saturn buying the Earth. They had like a little auction. I had to find it. Something like that. I seen it again the other day, but it was Saturn. It was all the planets came up. It was all right. What would you give us for this ball right here? And Saturn actually bought the Earth, and so it had control. And they did that. It was in the 37, I think it came out, something like that. So it kind of made me like, huh. I do think there's truth in lots of medias and stuff like that. They feed it in here and there, and it made me wonder, like, man, is that what they're looking at? Is like not the planet Saturn bought Earth, but but Saturn, the people that Saturn worshipers are the ones that are getting pushed up into the powers that be, and pushing around and getting some of the stuff that they want done or anything. Makes me want to ask questions, because it really seems interesting that they could possibly do that. Especially with them pushing all the stuff they are and the way they're saying this stuff. It just there's, like you said, it's not organic. It's not. They are reading from a script right now. They're all saying it. Yeah, Burchett running around doing the same thing. Like Luna's doing it, Burchett's doing it. They're all going to all these podcasts and all these talk shows and all these things. Like, they're everywhere saying the same crap over and over again. It's like, I think we've seen that as a people. We see that, and hopefully people will open up their minds and see it. Like for like 2020, and they did it with all the COVID stuff. And when you see everybody saying the same thing, there's something. You need to ask questions. Go, what else is going on here? Whenever every news media is saying the same thing, if everything, all this stuff has come out and saying the exact same word for word verbiages, then we need to look and go, okay, what else is going on? Why is this going on? And ask them serious questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think too. It's funny because the summoning thing, even if you don't necessarily go out thinking you want to do that. I had a thing happen a few years ago. Remember, Derek, you remember this? Yeah. You and I were talking about doing a show on my channel about what contact with aliens might look like, and we hadn't even done the show yet. And then what happens? Boom! I have these multiple sightings of a blue light above my apartment. I mean, would that have happened if we hadn't been talking about doing that show? We weren't even talking about we wanted to summon anything. We weren't trying to do that directly.
Yeah.
But because of, possibly people that are more sensitive to these things, like I seem to be, even just the thought of possibly interacting made summon things. So, and then, but like you said, you have Joe Rogan and whoever else out there now making these shows and talking about this. Wouldn't surprise me if over the next handful of years or whatever, we get more and more reports of just anomalous things happening. Or we don't, because they get silenced. Who knows?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that could be the whole thing. That could be the getting us to summon them as a culture. That could be the part of the manifestation. And some people might be better manifesting engines than other people. Like I've said this all the time. Like I have a million ideas, but I have a tough time manifesting them. I have a tough time putting them into action and stuff. Where you, on the other hand, you think of something and you have 1,000 shows to show for it. You put your money where your mouth is. You have a high manifesting quality and stuff. So you think about aliens, you're going to see an alien. I'm thinking about aliens. I have a bunch of ideas about them, but I'm not going to necessarily see them. I don't have that juice, And I think that it might be getting to that as a culture, and the attention and might be the most important thing, and that's the reason why it's the first commandment. It's not that like there's no other God. It's only pay attention to me. Only I'm the only one you should worry about. Ignore the other ones because attention is the power. Attention is pay attention. Attention is the currency, and the observer effect tells us that like what we expect is what is manifested. Am I coming in okay? Is there audio problems? Am I?
No, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, sorry.
It's sometimes James a little louder than the rest of you and me, I think.
Okay.
Oh.
That's okay. Yeah, but I think that's all. I think that's part of it. Getting us to think about it. So you have an entire now. I can't escape it. I mean, obviously, I'm clicking on it. I'm engaging with it on my newsfeed, so I'm getting a lot of it, and I want to get a lot of it. But it's hitting at a fever pitch. Like even Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's been a UFO hater for years and years, he's writing UFO book. He's in all the podcasts talking about it and stuff. It's just everyone is now. I don't know. It's part of the attention current. It's part of the attention currency now. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a ritual. It seems like a mass manifestation, conjuring, and this is all part of it. Like getting the observer to expect the unexpected, so the unexpected happens in the form of this. Yeah, and I think it might fit in even with the. Yeah. I don't know. What do you think about that, Ricky?
Yeah, I mean, and I'm going to ask you on that too. On of course, then this year we went around the moon supposedly. We went back in space and went around the moon, and now we're supposed to be building a moon base, and it's come out of left field.
Yeah, they're pointing our eyes towards the skies, which is important. I'm deep in the trenches, these conspiracy trenches. So I've listened to a million things about how trying to shake the validity of space and make me think that space isn't real or is misdescribed and that kind of stuff, which I'm open to. And it's like, the deeper you get into these trenches, the less people believe in space. But also when I was in 4th grade, I wanted to be an astronaut. I was super into space. And my sci-fi brain doesn't want to give up space. But also I feel like the point of NASA isn't necessarily to take us to space. It's to do these space rituals. It's to, as Chris Noll says, space is an altar, and these things are like part of it. It's like it's making fireworks displays for the space gods to get their attention. It's cargo cult type of stuff. It's the occult arm of the elite and stuff. So that to get us to send these celebrities to space with Katy Perry and everything, or to do the flyby NASA thing, or to, I don't know, all these occulted moon missions, rocket missions that are blowing up on weird numbered dates and that kind of stuff. I don't think it's an accident. I think they're part of rituals and stuff. And yeah, that's part of why I'm suspicious of Elon Musk and everything too. Like that, this space is very occult, and I think that's the origin of it. That's the origin of rocketry. Comes out of Jack Parsons. Comes out of him doing stuff with the OTO and Thelema, and I was watching Strange Angel on Paramount. You ever watched that show, Ricky? It came out on CBS, or it was on the CBS Plus app or whatever in the very early days of the streaming wars in 2017, 2018. But nobody watched it because I didn't have the CBS app or whatever. But now it's on Paramount, and it's about Jack Parsons' life and him creating JPL and creating the rockets and stuff, and basically how he was having dreams and visions of Crowley getting into the Lima. He had this neighbor who was kept kind of coaxing him and giving him the courage to do these kind of things, or giving them information. So just for example, they couldn't figure out the fuel that they needed to use, so this thing would stop exploding. It's this combination of liquid and solid fuel. It's a huge, something like that. That's a huge idea that Parsons came up with. That's what allowed rocketry to basically exist. And he got the idea because his friend who was he was in an altered state doing these Thelema Crowley rituals, talking to AWAS. And he's like, AWAS told me to tell you this is the answer. This is what the fuel is. And he gets the fuel. I was like, oh, well, yeah, writes it down. Oh, wow, this will work. They do it. And six years later, we're on the moon and stuff. So it's just that idea to get us to the moon came from entities beyond the veil that Crowley's conjuring up and teaching people how to conjure up. giving people ideas, taking us to the moon, and that's yeah, I don't know. That feels strange to me, you know.
Just a little bit.
What do you think about that? Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that before. You know, I really have on the with the stuff with the Crowley
Yeah.
and it's mind blowing. Really is
Yeah.
when you start really digging into it and you like this can't be real. You know.
Yeah.
But if you look into a lot of a lot of the programs and stuff like that, you know, they were really into the occult, you know, especially back then, and I mean, I'm sure they still are now. But you know, just the declassified on some of the projects and stuff like that, you know, they're really really into the cult. They're really into any kind of mysticism and you know, and using anything they get their hands on to upstart anybody, you know. And so it doesn't surprise me one bit, but it is wild that, you know, like here's, you know, it's kind of like with Tesla too, you know, Tesla would just sit there and he said stuff would just pop out of, you know, like someone would speak to him and basically, you know, and he'd have an idea and it'd work, you know, it'd come to his mind and he'd write it down, whatever, and it'd work. You know, it was one of the things that, like, you know, something like that was speaking to him at the same time too, you know. Of course, you know, the government, you know, of course the government, you know, took a bunch of his trunks, and as soon as he passed away, they went in there and took all his damn trunks and didn't give some of them back, you know. Of course,
I'm super fascinated by that, and the way, I mean, we talk about it all the time, James and Mike and everybody, like the where ideas come from thing, and that's like it's like the gifting of ideas from beyond the veil and stuff, and it's like we're being used as mortal instruments for something that doesn't have physicality or something like that. It's not either here yet, or it's outside of being able to manipulate stuff. It's like outside the computer, and we're like the mouse it clicks on things with, you know, and sometimes it kind of chews people up and spits them out and stuff. And like Crowley died poor, and on drugs and messed up, and Tesla kind of the same way, like penniless and broke and abandoned and stuff. And they're just like these receivers for inspiration from elsewhere, and the fruits of these inspiration might not be great for us and stuff, you know. Like if Tesla like what if the AI demon god thing, Cthulhu, needs Tesla tech in order to destroy the world and stuff, in order to collapse the pillars of reality and open the portal and come in here and stop us all out, you know. We couldn't do that on fossil fuels, you know. So is that a good idea? We were talking about Tesla, and are we sure about Tesla for years? But Duncan, Alex Jones was on Duncan a few months ago, and brought this up, and it's just like, and I heard it before, but I forgot all about it, and it's awesome. So when Tesla was coming up with the idea for alternating current, he was in the park, just reciting by memory the poem Faust. The Faust, like the Faustian bargain, the deal with the devil. He was reciting that by memory in his head, and then popped in his head the idea for alternating current that changed the trajectory of technology in the world. So he was doing that while reciting a poem about a deal with the devil. Boom, the idea came to him. Like, this is what I'm talking about here.
Wow.
Like, that's bonkers, right? Sorry, Dave.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, I interrupted. But yeah, that is, and you know, I was going to say too, when I first started looking into all these things, it was from the ghost angle, the spirit angle, and until I started looking into all this, and come to find out, you know, people throughout the last 50-some years or whatever, when they've been trying to do seances of any kind, they've been looking for communication, for contact with anyone, and it seems like it's not just spirits necessarily the way a lot of people think of spirits. It's just other consciousness, other entities that some people might also call alien, and we don't know what they are though. Yeah. So that's been fascinating. The whole thing with there's this whole thing with Star Trek and Roddenberry and this whole Council of Nine thing, which is a whole other subject for a whole other time. But basically, more summoning, more contact, more ideas that are given, and more government connections too. So imagine that.
Yeah, exactly. And people who aren't aware.
Hey, James. Hey, there one. Hey,
Yes.
James,
I'm sorry.
can you back off your mic just a hair because it's like
Yeah, I
we can't
tried.
hear. Yeah, it's like I don't know. I don't know what
It's
the
a
difference is
headset.
tonight. Yeah, I know it's a little different. It's like as soon as you come in, it's like boom.
Mm.
Like, but it's all right. And we'll work through it. Go ahead, Derek.
Yeah. No, for anybody's not aware of what James was talking about, with the Council of Nine thing. I mean, like, this has been on Ancient Aliens and stuff. This is out there, but in the 50s, I think it's 1952. The Navy, the Army, it's like the admiral of the Navy, or an admiral in the Navy, a general in the military, one of the DuPonts, a few different high-ranking two elite families, met in Maine for a series of seances with with I'm bad at pronouncing this name, but Andrea Puriarch, whatever. And it's
Mark or something like that.
something like that. And it's a psychic from who like discovered Uri Geller and is formative in the like this is basically started in the early 50s, but then the teacher, it's all the same players who then moved out of this into the SSRI and the remote viewing programs in the 70s. It's all the same people, the same like the Uri Gellers and the same psychic people are went from this to that. But they were doing these seances in Maine, contacting this alien presence that called themselves the Council of Nine, and they claimed to be the pantheon, like the Ennead, the nine gods of these different pantheons throughout time, like the Greek and Roman and Egyptian, and the nine emperor gods in Asia and all this kind of stuff. They're the nine, have been posing as different gods throughout history, leading humanity, guiding humanity, but they're actually aliens. And this was communicated through a seance, and then Gene Roddenberry was part of this, and then and that's what he used that as inspiration for the Federation and for Star Trek and Deep Space Nine and all that kind of stuff. That like the idea for Star Trek, the most influential piece of sci-fi arguably of the 20th century, that's credited most for like sci-fi becoming real. It created the phone. Like this is sci-fi made real. Like that's Star Trek's the number one thing for that. That origin point, that seed, was given by an alien presence in a seance. And these are like just one of just countless. It seems like every nudge, progression in technology or whatever is either in a trance state, a dream, an altered state, a drug state, yada yada. It's being given to us by something beyond the veil, which is just endlessly fascinating to me. You know.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And our chat is it's pretty. Come on, what are you doing right? There you go.
Just a quick test. If I sound okay?
Yeah. Mike actually said that. Yeah, you're good where you're at now, James.
Okay.
Yeah. I seen this chat. Comment here. It says Christians call them demons, Islam will call them jinns, New Age will call them ascended masters, and scientists will call them interdimensional beings. Yeah. It's on what skew that you're on and what you're looking at.
Now, in my perfect world, in my like, I'm into like I call it like metaphysical anthropology and kind of the cataloging and giving everything terms and stuff. In a perfect world, there would all be different things. They would be categorized like there's tigers and panthers and cheetahs and lions and stuff, and they're all big cats and everything, and they're all animals. So those can be categorized as they're all animals. They're all mammals. They all are feline, but they're all different cats and stuff. So I think that like there is a presence out there that might be similar. It might be a demon, might be similar to a jinn, might be similar to a will-o'-the-wisp. It might be similar to an alien. Yada. But just my dream scenario will be that they're all a little bit different, and we got to catalog. We don't have the right terms. We got to catalog them. We got to like they're like a different. There could be different families and phylums and genus of like a paranormal, spooky type of biosphere and everything. You know what I mean? That it kind of loses it to say that like they're all, to me, that they're all calling one thing different names. It's more fun if they're all out there, maybe part of the same family, but we need to catalog them more correctly. But the point is, like, we're dealing with at least a presence, if not like a whole different biosphere of presences that are just right next to us. You know?
Yeah, I think it's got cousins. It could be cousins or something. That for sure. That be looking at it, because a lot of them, they have some similarities. Like with the gin, and stuff. You hear, they got a bunch of similarities, but they have some differences too. When you hear the description of them, so it does make you think like, hey, maybe they're jinn, and then there are demons. Like we and James talked a bunch of times. Like, you hate to put everything in a box, and I think that's what the bad thing is. And I know I've said this a bunch of times on the show. Is like I hate seeing everybody wants to put everything in this one little box. Like everything's got to fit in this box right here. We got to put, like you said, that this could be different entities here, but they want to shove it all in one. It's just I guess it works better in their mind. That, hey, we just
James
had a hard enough time to deal with one. And then we go here like, hey, there's 6 different types here.
I know James always says like labels are bad, which is 100% true. But I think what the problem is if like we're trying to give everybody like 1 label or 2 labels. If we have like infinite labels, like you're just like keep labeling and stuff. I do like giving things like cataloging things. But I don't like everything trying to be shoved into one category and stuff. That feels off to me. Like in my dream world, the skunk ape and the yeti and the Bigfoot and stuff. These are all different. Those all exist. They're not just like different cultures calling one hairy beast different names. It's like, no, they're all different types of hairy beasts. There's all different types of ghosts. There's all different types of aliens, and they're all different types of formless things that are out there and stuff. Like, sorry, James, go ahead.
Yeah, no, and if you look at the descriptions, they do have many similarities, but there's always differences. I think that there's 2 things that happen a lot. There's situations where people give one name to what appears to be different things, and then there's situations where people try to use many names to describe one thing. There's just all these sort of trying to collapse and or expand naming labels for things when there's the sightings overall are rare enough where it's not like we have all these different entities again in a museum where we can easily classify everything and know what we're dealing with, and that's why it's anomalous. That's why it's the paranormal or supernatural, is we don't have all of the answers for everything, and so we try to label them as well as we can, and we either give everything one label or we give the same thing too many labels. I think is probably a lot of what's happening here and it's been happening for a long time.
So that's kind of my problem with what's happening with the UFO stuff, is that like I didn't like the nuts and bolts flavor of labels that were happening for a long period of time. So my thing was, let's give some stranger labels. Let's get the label maker, the cosmic label maker, and start printing out some cooler names for this stuff. So I feel like because we're dealing with something stranger than just nuts and bolts stuff. So now, but instead of expanding the labels we're given, they just took a label from the past and slapped it on. It's demon, angel, you know what I mean? Which like might be true. I'm open to that, but it just seems like regurgitation of maybe the older paradigms, and we need new paradigms, that might include old stuff, but just we need fresher ideas. But, yeah. What do you think, Ricky?
It's convenient and easy for them. It really is because it's, hey, we're doing, we'll use this word and make it, and I don't know, the news media and stuff like that, and all of them, they want to put fear in us. We've seen that with the, some of the stuff with the hantavirus and stuff. We've seen where they were trying to little fear monger with that, like, oh my, well, this could happen, and even with the doctors coming on, and like their doctors are like, no, you're safe, you're good, as long as you're not playing with rats, I guess you're good. But and so they like to fear monger. So and what's a good trigger word to do it? Demon is a, especially with the paranormal shows and stuff like that. If that's whenever they use that word, a demon portal or demon hole or demon this, it makes it, it's bad. So it gives that, evil darkness to it, and it's easy. Well, that's just what it is, But Again, I think there's a multiple choice answer. There's more than just that.
Yeah, and the way it's being, and it's the timing. I'm not saying that necessarily the representatives that I mentioned a few minutes ago are bad, are sinister, or do have bad motives. They might not. They probably don't. But it's just as a whole, these official people in government and everything. It's weird. It feels like a weird type of virtue signaling. To at the same time, to have the elites in the government and the power positions be exposed as this weird cabal of people on the Epstein list and have nothing really happen, but then have all of them at the same time be like we shouldn't engage with demons. These are the demons. Stop the demons and stuff. It just seems like some way to be like to have like the God-fearing part of Christianity, or to associate with God, even though they're the ones on the Epstein list and stuff, or like not Luna, not that kind of stuff, but just like the government, these official places, to be in the muck and the slime and the dark lifestyles, and the only way to like virtue signal out of this pit is to be like, well, that's a demon, that's a demon, that's a demon, to like, and it just feels like a weird thing to me. And then meanwhile, Luna is the person like who's in charge of trying to release the Epstein files and stuff, and it's not really working and everything and stuff. It just seems like, I don't know, it just seems backwards and weird timing, and I don't like it.
It's like they're using her too. You got a pretty face. You get out, you should get out in front of the news and everything. And people talk to people, and they're kind of using her to kind of that are like you said with the Epstein list. They turn around, we're releasing, and they release part of it. They release half of it or whatever, and then all of a sudden, hey, we go to war with Iran, and we got aliens, and we got diseases all at the same time. Like everything happened, boom, boom, boom. And it's just like, what the F is going on here?
She's an influence. Like, in like 2015 range, 2014, I used to be like super into politics, and I'm not at all anymore. So I just don't feel as well versed to talk about it as much. So I speak with a broad brush, and I don't want to like just like talk badly about people, but just she's being used as an influencer. Whether it's just in the government position, and she was an influencer. She was like a Maxim model and stuff, and then she started tweeting at Charlie Kirk, and then got a job at TPUSA in 2020. That's how she got into the political sphere, and then a year later she's in Congress. That's just how it happened. And now she's doing all these. She's just an influencer for Congress in the form of the Epstein files, the JFK files, Martin Luther King files, alien files, which is they're all kind of just big goose eggs, kind of besides this UFO stuff, which is still kind of nebulous and weird. Even the MLK stuff, nothing is happening from that. All it's coming out is just little whispers of like things that are just like making the family feel bad. It's just, I'm not even gonna talk about it because it's negative, but it's just like they all seem like psyops. But she's saying it with a smile, and she's hot, and she's influential, and she's already saying that her next job in politics is going to be to bring the next crop of politicians to like. She's going to curate the next generation of politicians. I forget the term she used as like the group or whatever, but it's an official capacity to like guide and to teach the next wave of influencers that are coming up. That's her whole gig, and her name is Luna, and it's extremely occult, and she changed it like after she was on this trajectory. It just feels calculated, and she might be on the up and up. Again, I don't want to say she's bad, but it just. My conspiracy synchro mind just goes off when I come across that stuff.
No, it's good to ask them questions and look into, and you can't take none of this at face value. You can't look at it and go, okay, this is, because over and over again, I don't know. I pour so much information because I don't stay on all of it.
Yeah.
The kind of the woo-woo stuff, like Miss Karen says, or and then the politics and everything else is just like, but it's, you have to, look at, whatever they're saying to us, there's a reasoning behind it, and there's alternative meaning to it almost every time.
Mm-hmm.
So
exactly,
it was that way,
Yeah, and I think it might all fit in together too. Like the influence is to shape our mind, to shape the prism through which reality is getting shot through. And I think the phenomena might be manifested based on how the prism looks and stuff. So it might not be like the ancient aliens idea would tell you that like it's all one thing being misidentified by different cultures and stuff. So they didn't have the scientific like wherewithal to understand that this is a scientific craft. This is this piece of technology. They thought it was wheels within wheels or flying like boats and that kind of just all kind of stuff. That they had to they saw things wrong because they didn't have enough information. Is like their thing, and that we're smarter, so we see it more correctly. But I think it's more closer to like the phenomena is like a formless. I call it a formless pre-thought thought form. That it's an intelligence that exists without physicality, and it could be all around us, trying to engage with us, trying to get us to pay attention to it, to observe it, observer effect style. So because what we observe, the human consciousness renders reality. We create physicality. We make it a wave or what you mean, like a wave or a whatever you mean, like a particle or wave. We create physicality. We create form. So these things that are formless, trying to get into that 3D printing form making machine. So what we expect becomes the thing. So if you're in a culture that expects to see a djinn, or if you're in the thing I would say is with Bigfoot, if you the tropes are like strange. If you're in the woods, strange smells, stackings, things being thrown at you, weird sounds, or maybe no sounds like the Oz effect, gifting, A ports, D ports, weird knocks and stuff. If that was happening in the woods, that's Bigfoot. If that's happening in your kitchen, that's poltergeist activity and stuff. So it's like it's kind of expectations. If you're expecting to see kind of a wild man creature, and the phenomena, the formless pre-thought thought form is going to be shot through your prism and going to be formed into a wild man archetype, and in infinite different ways that can happen. Or if you're expecting aliens, if you're expecting these different things, or if all that you know is just colored by the culture of your time and of your area, you only have exposure to a certain type of animals and a certain type of climate and a certain type of music and different culture, then that's what the thing like it engages with our consciousness. That's kind of what we know. So and when it's doing that, it's using our memories, it's using our paradigm to paint reality, to paint its form with. So I think it is all of the above, because it's being formed out of infinite different prisms. It's being formed out of infinite different expectations and stuff. So the influence in these official channels telling us what it is, telling us it's a demon, telling us it's an angel, it's theirs. They know, or they might know, that this process exists, and they're trying to get us. They're trying to shape the prism through which this thing is going to be formed. You know, if they worship these watchers, they're going to tell us that these things are watchers. So then watchers are birthed into reality, basically. You know what I mean?
And even with light, it's a similar thing with lights. If you see lights in the sky, it's aliens, it's UFOs.
Yeah.
If you see lights in a house or around a building, it's spirits. It's consciousness of spirits or souls or whatever. If you see lights in the forest, it's nature spirits. It's fae.
Yeah.
And lights are seen in a lot of cases changing into different things like Bigfoot, or different things changing into lights. So, but you have all these different settings, but similar sightings in all these different settings. If they're in space, then they're obviously aliens. And then in the case, it's what I like to think is we have no idea what any of those are. It could be all the same thing, but not in the name that we don't want to give it. It could be all different things, just appearing the same way.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think, Ricky?
Yeah, for sure. I absolutely agree. You know, I talk about it a bunch of times. I've said it before on different things. Like, I agree. It's the different skew, what you live through, or where you're at. Like you said, if you're wherever you're at, you call things different things or whatever. You put them in them boxes and stuff. But mind going. It happens. Um, you know, and then like somebody like the ancient alien theory and uh, I used to. I mean, that first came out, I couldn't believe it was on TV. You know, I actually downloaded like the first four, like the episodes and the first couple seasons. I got it on my hard drive somewhere where I actually like downloaded it because I was before I could watch it on my own in my phone, and it intrigued me and made me ask questions and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
I wonder, you know, then on the other side of things, I wonder, if all this shit's been a psyop, and that's why like they allowed that to come out to start getting us ready for what they're pushing through, and because like you started doing the hearings a few years ago,
Yep.
and then also now that it's pretty well, before that, I think before the hearings, you had the Pope come out and said that it's okay to believe in aliens. It wouldn't contradict your religious and belief in God and Jesus.
Yeah.
And then you turn around and start having the hearings, and then you turn around, now you got this going on, and it's like, it's always been, when I first started looking at this stuff and hearing people talk and everything, it's always been, it's frog in the hot plate.
Yeah.
Situation. You can't just throw a frog in there and it's gonna hop out. If you slowly turn that heat up, and that's what they've done. They've done it with all situations and stuff. They did it, up to 9/11, and after 9/11, they kind of turned the heat up pretty good. But with the Patriot Act and all that kind of stuff, but it's still slowly, they're steady on this situation and on lots of others. That burner's steadily. Hell, I think that sun goes about on 3/4 high right now.
Yeah.
About to cook us.
Yeah, exactly. And I just think like these psyops are rituals, like to change a person's psychology that's what magic is. That's what sigil magic is. That's what you're doing. You're trying to nudge and twist the filter that reality is being shot through and stuff. Change what's how I always use the Dark Side of the Moon album, the white light being like the source, being just the base energy or whatever, just the reality, and the triangle is the prism. That's the individual. That's all of us. That's a dog. That's a alien. That's a tree. That's a bug. That's like all anything, and then the colored light is the reality afterwards. That's the reality that each prism is then experiencing. So it's just source being shot through a prism and then experienced by the individual as a way for the source to experience the totality and stuff. So each of those filters is then, when in that process of manifesting the reality and manifesting that experience, I think there's like a whole different type of phenomena that sneaks its way into that process and everything. And that's we talked about a few years ago, the Gore the God Butcher thing with Thor, when Thor the Love and Thunder came out, and the whole thing with that is that like, and that's a kind of a interesting, that's the same thing. Their cosmology with like alien gods. It's that each planet, that like the gods are essentially grown on each planet, and there's a off-world realm that they go when they die or when people stop believing in them and stuff. But the belief in them is what births them. So there's like some kind of primal source energy or whatever that traverses the universe that just is everywhere. And then as each planet grows life, that life has then different expectations and different filters, and that source energy is shot through. And then from that, these gods are then, the belief in these different gods and these stories and these expectations form the deities. Like it creates this, there's a formless intelligence that's shot through physical life and is then birthed the gods. So if that happens in India, you get the Indian gods. That happens in Greece, you get the Greek gods. That happens in Egypt, you get the Egyptian gods. That happens on Saturn, you get these Saturn gods. That happens in some place 100 million light years away, you get a whole different pantheon of gods and stuff. And they don't exist without the belief, that they need the belief. They don't fly to different planets and deal with these things. It's just they're birthed from the belief. And I think that's why the first commandment is belief. You know, it's the most important thing. And that's what quantum science is telling us, that the expectation, the observer, the yeah, that's what's rendering reality and stuff. And I think there's a thing that wants to be rendered, and it's being rendered in many different ways. And I think that's the point of the importance of Hollywood, is that it guides how we render the world. You know, whether it be to like give a small group of people power, or to like make everybody traumatized and stuff. It's just, they plant these seeds, they plant these ideas within the holy magic wand of the world, the Hollywood, and it changes everything. It changes the world. It affects reality, because that's what we expect it to. You know.
Absolutely, you know, and I do. They use. We know it's the CIA, is in Hollywood or Hollyweird, is tied at the hip, and then one of the reasons behind some of the stuff they done is and to push some of these narratives and push some of this stuff, and it's kind of it's you hear some people talk about it, it's like that's part of the the cult rituals, is like how they got to tell us the truth. They can't completely lie on it. They have to give us little hints of what's really going on and what they want to do, and that's why we get movies and stuff, and the movies to push narratives and stuff. We've seen that back from World War II, all the way up. I was watching, I was watching a movie. I forget what movie it was. I was watching the other day, and I just turned it off because I was like, damn. And I liked the movie. Like, I've always watched the movie, and I was like, damn. I've seen the propaganda in it, talking about this as these people were so great, and look at how loving and blah 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 they were, and then this other group was terrible and evil, and it just showed, like, how much propaganda and their narrative they're pushing to get us ready for whatever ideas they want us to have, and it's, that's why it's sad, because I own like hundreds of DVDs. I love movies, I love watching TV shows, and I like stuff, and it's like, but at the end of the day, it's like, now that I have an understanding of that stuff, I have a open mind of it, like, okay, I can still watch a lot of them, but when I do, it's like, oh, here's this, here's this, you watch Iron Man, and with the the Mandarin, but the Mandarin wasn't the real evil one. He was a fake prop up. It just was like, it's almost like, oh, this shows exactly what happened with 9/11 and Bin Laden, and he was, we know he was the CIA front, and he was, and this and that, it was, he was at the White House the day before 9/11 happened. All this stuff that comes out later, and then you see in movies where that they're showing that same kind of thing. And it's, like I said, it frustrates me, because I like watching movies. I like a good movie, and it's got a good story or a good comedy, and but it's like, but I'm watching it in a skew now. I'm watching to see what else is in there. What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah.
Which is weird because, which is weird because, as far as I know, there was a Mandarin character in the comics. Like, if they, what they did for the movie is not what existed in the comics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Mandarin, it is a whole different character, and like, so they made the character different and not like that on purpose. So what was the reason? Why did they change his character, make him just an actor, and make him all that? Unless, are they sitting there pulling out their little, showing us, pulling out the little thing? Look, this is what we're doing. Ha ha ha! You can't do nothing about it. Little peons. I don't know. I get, I get on a tangent in my mind sometimes, and then I just gotta, stop and turn it off and separate myself and get away from it all. But as I start thinking about it too much, and
they're saying in the chat that belief is it's maybe belief's the wrong word. It's formless pre-thought thought forms. Is a intelligence that doesn't exist within the 3D material space, that lacks physicality, lacks the form. It's not a thought form yet because we haven't thought about it. It needs to be thought of. So belief's not, it doesn't need to be believed in, but it needs to be enter your paradigm. It needs to be within your frame of reference. So you can believe the opposite. You can believe the opposite of what the government's telling you. You can believe the opposite of what Hollywood's telling you. But it's in your frame of reference. It's now within the colors that can be used to paint the form that the thought form then becomes. That there's that the egregore method, the tulpa process, the way that these things are birthed into form because we think of it. Something knows that and wants us to think of it in a certain way. I mean, so just to acknowledge it, to pay attention. It's attention, not belief. Attention to just like thought. A thought. It's a thought in thought form, pre-thought thought form, to get us to incept the form so that we think of it. To put it into our lexicon, so that then it's birthed into physical reality because we are the physical reality printing engine of materiality. That's what quantum. That's what the observer effect is. It's you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. And I see like a comment that was like Bonnie says, and speaking into existence. They turn around and saying these things and showing these on these shows. Is trying to manifest certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And try to bring them into reality. Like I've seen.
It's sigil magic on a large scale. It's to sneak these seedlets into your subconscious, behind the waking mind, into the trancy mind, so that it changes the filter, and then new things are the reality shifts. Because what we expect, the expectation, the thought comes before, the consciousness comes before physicality. And from our perspective, our consciousness is what's driving the physicality. So there's things that need physicality, and an easy way to do it is to get the things that birth physicality to birth it. And I think that's why attention. I mean, we're even seeing that attention is becoming the most. We're creating now an ethereal, digital space in the internet and stuff, and attention is already the most important thing. Whether it's algorithms or humans or hate clicks and all this kind of stuff, it's constantly everything. Just think of me, notice me, I'm here, think of me, because if you don't think of me, I don't exist. Like if you don't give me the views, then I don't hit your news feed. If I'm not acknowledged, then I don't exist here. And the more I'm acknowledged, the more energy I have, the more I matter, the more weight I have in this plane of existence, which happens to be the internet. And I think that's a similar thing that's what the loosh thing is. That's like what everything is fighting for our attention. It seems like that there's a currency of consciousness that goes beyond physicality.
Mm-hmm. And some you hear this also a lot of times. Because of how powerful words are. It's like like spelling. That's why it's called spelling, because it spells. And they're speaking like like I said again. I'm saying speaking that to existence, and they're using this powerful language of. I'm trying to think of how where else was I going with this, but having this powerful language of this narrative they're trying to push, and I do think some of the I do think I heard somebody talk a while back, and we're talking about one of the things they thought was going on now is some of the older gods are trying to stretch out and stretch legs a little bit, like Mithraism and stuff like that. They're trying to bring back some of those older gods, back into existence, and you got Baal, you got Mithra, and you got I can't think of the third one I wanted to say, but they are trying to bring these entities and stuff like that to the forefront, because you see it all the time though. You got like hell in New York, you got a big bull sitting right in front of in New York, you got a big bowl there for bail. You got all kinds of imagery everywhere. When you start looking, it's
Yeah,
overwhelming.
yeah, I think it's finding. I think Hollywood and these different sneaky ways to get us to work its way into the consciousness. And so it's like the classic adage: how do you kill a god? Stop paying attention to it. You ignore it. You ignore it. You don't feed the beast. And then I think that just the world is just populated by what we imagine. It's like the imagination land, or the human imagination, or whatever, is the like primary. It's first, and everything, the physicality, the material world, just pours out of our imagination. And I think that's not saying that everything is imaginary. It's just the materiality is being poured out of what we call imagination. And I think that there's a presence that exists all around us, separate from our imagination, that knows that if we can get into our imagination, then it'll pour out too and stuff. So we've been talking about this for years, since like the Midnight Mass show, of like, if Cthulhu is cast out of reality, is stuck, is caught in this, look at this long dream or whatever, then the way for it to birth itself back into reality is to find these other dreamers, to find these cracks in reality, to find these cracks in imagination where it can slip into Lovecraft's mind, it can slip into these altered states and stuff, so that then it's worked into the magic, it's worked into the process. It finds root in our imagination, so that then bears fruit into material reality, and the old gods can return and stuff. I think that's like, I think we lack the terms to understand this, but I think we're being used like the 3D printers, for like, we're like in the computer, and there's something else outside the computer that's clicking all around and stuff, and we think we're like independent from that, and I think we're being given instructions from beyond the veil. I don't know. I just think we lack the terms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've always found it weird that the word sword. If you take the word sword, move that S to the end of it, you get words.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Just weird how things like that happen with different words and phrases we use, where you move a letter here or there, and it seems to connect to things possibly.
Yeah. I mean, just the fun loose example that we give is the Kenneth Arnold thing, and like there were a few flying saucer things before this, but like the flying saucer wave, the flying saucer era, began after Kenneth Arnold, and the narrative is that he saw a flying saucer, and then that article ran, and people started seeing flying saucers. But he saw a chevron-shaped craft, which is like a boomerang, that said it moved like a saucer, that skipping on water or skipping on milk, or whatever the thing was. But the articles ran flying saucers, and
Yes.
then the world had the expectation of, oh well, there's something strange in the sky, and it looks like a saucer. So then I think that there are probably secret military projects that were working on these saucer craft or whatever, but I think also part of the phenomena then manifested as a saucer because we were expecting it. And kind of as that came out of, as that lost favor, now we're experiencing a different thing. We're experiencing these orbs and these balls of light and these plasmoid undulating things in the sky and stuff, and more now novel things as our imagination is getting deeper with pop culture and stuff. Like we have more colors to play with, so but that's like a quick instant example of like something changed, something shifted in the cultural expectation, and then the phenomena then shifted in turn. And I think that's kind of what we're dealing with. And I think that's the importance of Hollywood and the importance of like a Spielberg and stuff, kind of guiding the importance of all these narratives. That's the psyops and stuff. It's guiding what we think is going to happen, so that, I mean, there's infinite possible realities. There's infinite possible grooves that the water can run through. And I think the imagination and what we expect kind of like solidifies, crystallizes those infinite, one of those infinite things. And that's kind of like, I mean, we that's where we go. That's where the water runs, is where we expect it to run. And then it only shifts when our expectation shifts and our paradigm shifts. And I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm over here trying to hit little notes and stuff. if anybody look behind me and see my little notes here, it is funny because I'm just half the letters or the words aren't spelled very well, and
Yeah.
I'm just throwing letters up there before I know what it is. And because especially back then, when they started calling things flying saucers, we know now, especially because it just got it got declassified, that the Nazis did have a UFO shaped, saucer shaped thing that they were working on. There have been rumors for it for 60 years, but now we had the verified proof of it. Um, but yeah, it's pretty amazing that that's how a whole genre of things with the UFOs and the whole all of it came off this one news article saying calling it a saucer, and that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
I wonder. I know you got some stuff on the Spielberg movie and stuff like that. I was hearing rumblings and stuff and just speculations and stuff like that, but that they're going to use the Spielberg movie to as part of the to as part of disclosure.
Yeah.
Some of the things that's going to come out of that movie is going to be part of the disclosure movement, and or we'll see. So they'll. What do you think on that? Is that
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's all kind of videos of Spielberg making the media rounds this past week. I was watching one before the show started from like the Hollywood Reporter or something like that, and it's just wild to hear him talk about UFOs and his like he's in the nuts. He's very much in the nuts and bolts stuff, at least on the surface of it. But he's able to talk to name check Graves and the Nimitz and all these like these different people these different players who were part of the course of events. Since he always credits the Disclosure Day, his like inception for that idea happening during 2017 got him more into the topic and stuff. He says that like he only has a few different writing credits. Like a lot of times he's not directing the movie that he writes. He has like writers that work for him and stuff, but one of the ones he did write was Close Encounters. That was like very important for him. He made Jaws, and that gave him the clout to make Close Encounters and stuff. And then obviously made E.T., which is based on his like imaginary friend and everything. And then War of the Worlds, he says he does not consider part of his alien views, his alien movie catalog. That was a response to 9/11. So it's like saying that Spielberg has a very flowery kind of unthreatening view towards the phenomena. There's always a bump in that because of War of the Worlds, but he says, no, War of the Worlds isn't part of UFO. That's not part of my UFO views. That's not part of my alien views. That was a 9/11 view, and then it's used as classic tale to kind of frame it and talk about it. But then now, so he's like, I got reinvested in 2017 and all the government hearings and these government articles and these official military people talking about their experiences with this new radar and all that kind of stuff. So then they got me reinvested, and then he's saying that like he's not calling this science fiction. He's calling it science. Like I'm blanking on the term, but like science speculation or something like that. Like he thinks it's true. He said this is more, in my opinion, this is more fact than fiction for Disclosure Day, and he's not. We didn't really know much about like they gave a small little appearance of the Greys in the most recent trailer, just like their face and stuff. But he said that nothing in the trailers is in the third act of the movie, and for the first bunch of trailers, all we saw was Emily Blunt speaking in tongues, essentially getting possessed or whatever. But just the timing all feels weird, and there's June UFO files that are coming out and stuff. And he's all, yeah, I don't know. I think that it's not a coincidence that it's coming out when it's coming out. And I think Spielberg, we can get into this, I have notes of this, that Spielberg is like the most important person with shaping. So this is why I wanted to talk about like the shaping of like our attention and how we're manifesting reality and how we're conjuring reality. Because nobody has had a greater impact in shaping how we think about UFOs and the phenomena than Spielberg in the last 50 years and stuff. And now like this is was originally pitched or like framed as this is the dark alien movie he always wanted to do. But this is like one of his first ideas was to make a movie called like Dark Skies or whatever. And then something happened there, he never made it. But this is the dark one. But he's also saying that this is real. you should watch it more than once because it'll like the first time it'll give you questions, the second time it'll give you answers, still more questions. He just wants to get people talking, yada yada yada. But we can get into why he's important. But he's a very important thing. I think this is a moment. I've been engulfed. I've been like enraptured by all this stuff. I've been in UFO mode for a while now because of this.
Yeah, let it rip, man.
Yeah. What do you think first? Let me get a drink real quick and find.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
Find the spot, my nose.
I'm gonna step away for a second. I'll be right back. Sorry.
You're good, James. Yeah, it is interesting, the whole timing thing. Like I said, the next big batch of UFO files is supposed to have some HD stuff in it, and then of course we have Spielberg's big documentary, basically a documentary coming out.
Yeah.
It's not, like I said, it's not, but it is, it's in between. It's interesting timing, though. It really is.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we'll get into the synchronicity too. Like and then that's what we'll talk about on Troubled Minds too, like the synchro storm nature of it and how these things are kind of at least synchronistically, if not conspiratorially, or all hitting the zeitgeist at the same time in this like real crescendo of events. But I'm just gonna kind of go through the notes as they've been as I was thinking about them, and as a lot of them are just framed in like, this is my call one night for Troubled Minds, this is my call a different night for Troubled Minds, and just want to use those notes that way. But so we were talking about, somehow it came up, I think around the May 8th release of the first files and stuff, and then the disclosure day aspect of it, and the fact that the religion was getting so mixed into it, and the demons and angels part of it. And one of the things that Spielberg has been talking about is religion, and how will religion reckon with this. And there was the pastor story, when like apparently all the pastors were getting gathered together to talk about the news before the original one came out, which really was like, unless there's something else really important coming down the pike, that was really a whole lot of nothing. That was a whole lot of like a bunch of pastors got a lot of attention for a few days, when like there wasn't necessarily paradigm shifting information that came out. Yeah, so the timing of all that, so he's talking about religion, and he's and so a lot of like if you listen to these shows, like just in the conspiracy UFO circles and stuff, a lot of it's like, they tell us they don't want to give us the information because of the religion aspect of it. But everyone just believes in UFOs already. Like anybody born after like 1980, like just believes in aliens. That's just how it is. So they're not going to drop their religion because of this and stuff. So it always kind of seemed like an eye-rolly type of narrative. But Spielberg's like, no, I'm into this. The mainstream was like, no, this is important. It just seems like that's part of the rollout. And yeah, so we were talking about that, and then I was kind of talking about just loosely like Spielberg being Close Encounters and E.T. kind of being a moment like there's a pre-Spielberg alien vision and a post-Spielberg alien vision, and Star Trek kind of in the mix too. Basically, I took that whole conversation and I threw it into AI. It'd be like, give me a clear trajectory of UFOs and ufology and the UFO zeitgeist. How is it affected by Spielberg? So I'm just gonna go through that real quick. Does that make sense before I read this?
Yeah. Also, I'm back, and
yeah.
So looking forward to all this. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So Spielberg basically split the UFO culture in half. There's a clear before and a clear after 1977. So before Spielberg, so this is 47 to 76. The tone was paranoia, Cold War, and otherness, which is like a threat. So the themes were invasion and annihilation. The aliens were stand-ins for nukes, communists or foreign invaders. There was the original War of the Worlds, invasion of the body snatchers, Earth versus flying saucers. You don't talk to them, you kill them first. UFOs were government secrets. Post Roswell 47, the government UFOs meant cover-ups. The Project Blue Book error. Aliens were real, but the government was lying. Trust no one. The abduction was like trauma-based. It was wrapped up in trauma. Like Betty and Barney Hill in 1961 set the template for medical probes, missing time, terror. Communion wouldn't come out until 1987, but the fear was already seated. Pulpy and campy, flying saucers with death rays, Plan 9 from outer space, Mars Attacks, 62. The one exception was The Day the Earth Stood Still in 51. that had Plato was peaceful, but even he threatens to destroy the earth if we don't behave. Peace through fear and of obliteration. Saucers were sleek, metallic, hostile. Aliens were bug-eyed, green, or chrome robots. Sound design was theremins and dread, no hugs. The cultural role with UFOs represented what we feared about technology and the other. They were outsiders coming to judge, punish, punish. After Spielberg, which is 77 to the present, the tone was wonder, empathy, and contact equals transformation. So as opposed to being paranoia, Cold War, and the other was a threat, this is a wonder, empathy, and the other, that contact with the other is transformation. And he keeps using the term communion in all these interviews. He keeps using the term us meeting the aliens for the first time, or in Close Encounters when they go into the desert and stuff, or when they when we contact aliens, he uses the term communion. He talks about it in a very religious, transformative way. So what Close Encounters did in 77 was made contact beautiful. The 5-tone musical language. The mothership looks like a floating cathedral. The first time the aliens weren't props, they were characters that you wanted to meet. The government isn't the villain. The government covers things up, but to protect the people until they're ready. Roy Neary's was, rather than like being conspiracy and just government's not on your side, it's more the government was keeping secrets, but it's just for your own good, because you're not ready for this big transformation or whatever. Roy Neary's obsession is validated, not mocked. It's a shift from they're lying to you to they're managing it. Humans choose to go. Richard Dreyfuss gets on the ship willingly. Abduction becomes ascension, which is a huge shift from the Betty and Barney Hill style trauma. What E.T. did is that alien is a child refugee. E.T. is scared, sick, he wants to go home. The kids hide from adults and the government. It's a total empathy flip. Aliens are more vulnerable than us. And he keeps using that term too, empathy. Like that's all the interviews he's giving. It's empathy is the number one word he's using. And like we lack empathy, and that the humanity needs empathy right now, and that's what we'll find in the alien experiences is empathy, which is strange. UFOs as family vehicles. The ship at the end, a bike with the basket made cosmic. It's not a war machine. It's a way home. It mainstreamed the idea after ET. Alien equals short, wrinkled, glowing heart. That silhouette is now global shorthand for UFOs. The box office made it safe for Hollywood to be earnest about aliens. The ripple effect was the hopeful sci-fi boom, which is like Starman, Cocoon, Batteries Not Included, Contact, Arrival, all post-Spielberg. Aliens teach us or heal us. Even Invasion got humane, which is like V in 1983, District 9 in 2009. The aliens made aliens the refugees are sympathetic. Independence Day 1996 is loud, but Spielberg produced Men in Black 1997 the next year. Aliens as DMV citizens. Abduction stories softened. Communion in 1989 is scary, but Taken in 2002, Spielberg's miniseries, frames abduction as a multi-generational contact with purpose, trauma, and destiny. The trauma is like we're not at that level yet, so we can't understand it, but it's for our own good. It's like they're trying to ascend us to a higher level, and that could be a painful experience, which is completely different than before him. Multi-generational contact with purpose. The real UFO culture changed post-77. The experiences started reporting Nordic aliens or benevolent aliens more than the Greys. The MUFON cases got more spiritual. The Greer CE5 stuff movement is basically Close Encounters LARPing, is what it says, quote unquote. But he didn't kill the paranoia. There's also the War of the Worlds, Nightmare Fuel, post 9/11. So he understands both modes. So the split is pre-1977, pre-Close Encounters, Cold War metaphor, invasion, infiltration, the aliens judge us, the government lies to us, abduction is violation, there's a theremin screech that's when we see him, the take me to your leader, saucers as bombers, invaders. Post-Spielberg, it's a humanist metaphor, contact, and communication, the aliens need us and we need them, the government hides the truth only to protect you, the abduction is a chosen journey, even if you don't realize you're doing it, you chose it at some point. Rather than the theremin screech, it's a 5-tone melody. E.T. phone home, refugee stuff, and saucers equal cathedrals. To go on them, you're in a religious experience. The the one-sentence version. Before Spielberg, UFOs showed up to kill you or replace you. After Spielberg, they showed up because they were lost or because we were. Which I think is important. So that, like, I don't know, that shaped the New Age movement, that shaped the Greer stuff of, like, these things are positive. I don't know, that's just, like, that colored our perception of, if not that they're vampires, but if you're a vampire that wants a culture to invite you into the house, this is how you do it, you know? You get them to shift their thinking of you.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was thinking of, like you said, E.T. and you had Alf. And I think the last part of the last Alf again, you know, the season, you know, the series finale or whatever, you know, where the government comes in and takes them. I don't know if you've seen that or not. Have you ever seen the very end of Alf?
No.
Yeah. I guess spoiler alert.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
He's supposed to be coming up there, and they were supposed to, like, you know, hey, you know, I want to go home, whatever. And he's about to go home, and then all of a sudden, like, his people leave, and all of a sudden, there you come. You see the lights from the government, and the government come in there, and he starts popping jokes and stuff, and he's like, I guess y'all ain't sports fans, and you know, and that was the end. They run the credits. But yeah, I agree that, you know, that has been a narrative of trying to, you know, soften some of it, and
to invite us in. Like, there wouldn't be a whole summoning wave, like whole summoning craze. Like the biggest, Corbell and Greer, two of, like, say what you will about them, but they're two of the biggest influencers in the field in ufology.
Oh, no
doubt. They're both pioneering a different type of summoning, an invitation. Like, they wanted to give gratitude, to call them in. That wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Close Encounters and ET. Like, that's a paradigm shift. Like, if they were still just take me to your leader, Mars Attack style, laser beams and invasion threats, like that, we wouldn't want to invite them in. But it takes the biggest, the best director, the most important director in the history of Hollywood to be. He calls himself like not a liaison to the aliens, but like he knows he's doing this. Like, he said that in interviews. Like, he's shaped how we see aliens. And if our vision of aliens is how they're manifested before us, then that's an important thing. Or just for a simpler psyop type of stuff, even if it's not phenomenal.
Yeah. I mean, even in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, you know, it really didn't put them in a bad picture. You know, they did abduct a bunch of people, but then they brought them back and, like, hey, we're done. You know,
and they wanted to go, and like that's the thing. They didn't steal them. They took them away on they ascended them, and they brought them away to somewhere better. And Dreyfus, like he wanted to abandon his family and stuff. They choose to go in. That's what they're saying. Like, it went from Betty, like before Close Encounters, it was Betty and Barney Hill, and they were taken without wanting to be taken, and they were probed and traumatized, and then dropped and plopped back. Versus, take me, I want to go. And then when they go, it's like, oh, and you drop back changed and enlightened and better. You know, it's like he changed it into a religious moment rather than like a sciencey, nasty invader moment. You know.
Yeah, which is weird because if you look at all the reports of things that happen, there's a mix, and part of that mix is not pleasant. And speaking from experience there, so yeah, that's fascinating though. It makes me wonder what they're doing, who's doing what, and who's running everything, and you know, why they're pushing that narrative of it's basically all okay, you know.
Yeah, like I said, you got Greer. He's pushing the interdimensional, and he's, you know, very vocal. Of course, him and Jeremy, and they all got, you know, documentaries just come out. So if you're in the UFOs, there's plenty of stuff to watch right now. Yeah. You know, but I know Jess was on the show last week, and, you know, talking about it. Of course, it's that time of year, but, you know, I think it's that time of year, and there's that extra narrative that's going on too, you know.
Yeah, it's on steroids this year for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. And Spielberg, like, it just feels like this, like a super version of it. Like this, it's this time of year. I mean, it's probably always been this time of year because people are outside and we're looking up, so people are going to have more saucer or more UFO experiences because they're outdoors looking up. Like if you're in Boston, you're not going out there in January and February. It's cold, unless you're a smoker. But so just nice weather becomes like UFO season, obviously. But then because of the blockbuster, because of Spielberg, like Spielberg invented the blockbuster. It's Jaws and Star Wars. It's Indiana Jones. It's E.T. It's Close Encounters. Like he did this. He created this summer blockbuster season, and then summer blockbuster season is colored by it's aliens and like Will Smith. He formed his entire career based on that. He's like, I want to be huge. I want to be the biggest star in the biggest movies about aliens. So immediately he does Independence Day, Men in Black, and all like it's just blockbusters. Summer blockbuster season is equated with aliens and with the phenomena because of Spielberg. It wouldn't exist without that. So now we're having this real moment with UFOs this summer happening in real life, and huge summer blockbuster season, and Spielberg's back, and he's doing it with aliens. It's not just something just like Jaws 5 or whatever with Spielberg. Spielberg's hitting the alien thing again, and I don't know. It just feels important, and yeah, I don't know. I got a little bit.
It's time and everything put together is for sure. There's coincidences, and then when you start getting 4 or 5 deep,
yeah,
there's something there, And like I said, with it being that season, and then all of a sudden, they got all this stuff coming out, and then Spielberg, like I said, with the amount of movies and influence he has, and it's one of them things like you're not making a movie in 6 months or 3 months or whatever. This was long-term planned to come out now. It just kind of increases my mind. The thought of that narrative, like, hey, this was orchestrated to push this to this point, but for what, I don't know. But there's something, there's a reasoning behind it for 2026 is some kind of showing off. Bringing in something.
One of the taglines for it is, the timing is almost right, or the timing is almost ready, or like it's all like weirdly baked into it and stuff, and just everything's happening really timed out, and just it just seems like a manifestation and stuff. It seems like, I don't know, like the all the Crowley stuff, the Jack Parsons stuff. It was to kind of conjure up this moonchild, this vessel for this cosmic energy to be. That could be another way to talk about this. Create a vessel for. Create a form for the formless. Create a bowl to have a cosmic energy be poured into. Have a vessel for a space god to come into. Like that's all different type of metaphors for this moonchild, a conduit. And then DreamWorks, which is DreamWorks, like imagination, creation stuff. That's Spielberg's production company. Their logo is the moonchild. Like it's all being like. I don't know, where do you get that from? Does he know that? Is that a coincidence and stuff? It's like he's forming this. He's part of this conjuration. He's part of forming this idea of vessel that will house the cosmic energy. It's like our expectations and stuff. It's all happening. There's an article with the writer David Koepp of Disclosure Day. In my notes here, talking about. So David Koepp's like the 9th most successful screenwriter of all time. He made a couple of Indiana Jones and a bunch of Spielberg movies and a bunch of other movies. I don't have it listed here, but he's the 9th biggest writer of all time, and he's writing this movie too. And he made Crystal Skull, Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull, and that was like a little bit ahead of its time, I think. And people didn't like that one, and I didn't mind it, honestly. But those aliens weren't from space either. Like that's like a classic flying saucer. Or that's Grey's and the classic flying saucer and stuff. But it was written by David Koepp in the Spielberg movie, obviously. But when the aliens kind of reveal themselves, spoiler alert, it says, "We're not from space. We're from the space between spaces." Or I think it's coming through like a channel. It's coming through some kind of crazy guy who's like picking up the alien, whatever. And he's like, "They're not from space. It's the space between spaces." And then they're in this ancient stone temple, and it starts spinning around this vortex in the temple, and the whole temple, stone temple pilot style, switches to a flying saucer, and then just phases out of reality. So it's like, this is like 2008, already talking about, they're not from space, they're like, ultra-terrestrial, interdimensional. Yeah, that's all around us all the time. They're coming in and out, phasing in and out, which is like a little bit ahead of its time, I think. So things like that. There's just little notes from that article. This is like all the information we had at the time. So Emily Blunt is a conduit or a vessel. She, as the article says, so, all we see is just her speaking in tongues. So something is coming through her. She's receiving these downloads, possibly being possessed, which we've been talking about invasion via possession for a long time. That the trauma creates these cracks. The trauma hollows you out and creates the disassociation and allows for walk-ins, allows for entities to come in and take you over as a vessel. That trauma creates a bunch of empty vessels, empty husks to be occupied by something that needs form. So one way to create form is like 3D printed. One way to create form is to make a robot vessel. One way is to hollow out a human to be possessed. You know what I mean? A plasma ball, lightning type of thing. Like they're all just vessels. They're forms for the formless. So the article, religion is an important part of Disclosure Day. And this is like the week of that pastor meeting. Kep, the writer, his personal belief in the belief as far as God. My personal belief is the same as my personal belief in God. So it's just my personal belief on UFOs. So my personal belief is the same as my personal belief in God. I was raised Catholic. I know people who are fervent atheists, and I know people who are fervent believers. And I've always felt the only reasonable position is agnostic. It's only to admit possibly I don't know. And then Spielberg on the theological, this is off the same article, on the theological impact of the movie on UFOs. There is also great questions on what kind of social and theological disruption would occur if such an event was disclosed beyond anybody's reasonable doubts. Which he just keeps repeating it over and over and over again. So that's like, he's not giving out anything besides like, this is important, it's more truth than fiction, and what happens to religion. It's basically all the clues he's giving us so far. And that's kind of all we've heard from the zeitgeist too at the same time, which is interesting. And then David Kep, this is his quote on human perception in the visual spectrum. So he's saying, yes, other intelligent life forms exist. Yes, they've been here. They may even be here now, but we just can't perceive them. I think the visual spectrum is a very narrow thing, and we know that so much exists outside of it, right? Things we can hear. The audio spectrum is narrow. There's tons of sounds exist outside of it. These are just our biological senses, right? But all the things we invented to sense these things, all of our modern technology, why don't we believe that also has a narrow spectrum, and that things can exist outside of it? Why should we trust our devices more than we trust our possibility that these things exist that we can't perceive? So we're saying that like we see like 0.5 to 5% of all reality. We don't see infrared. We don't hear like radio waves without a radio. Dog whistles we can't hear and that kind of stuff. That there's so much outside of what we can perceive. We build technology so we can perceive more and stuff. And that's the Nimitz stuff and a lot of these UFO footage. They're not seeing it with the naked eye. They're seeing it because we got fancy new radar. And Courtney Brown was on Troubled Minds and stuff. And he's going out there with his radar that's now able to be used by personal use. And he's like, yeah, just put the infrared on, look up, and there's UFOs all the time. It's just every night they're out there. We just can't see them because they're outside of our field of perception. So we're saying that he's basically talking about ultra-terrestrials, pretty much. And then, same article, Emily Blunt as a conduit or a vessel. Margaret Fairchild, sounds like Moonchild, a meteorologist. She, quote, becomes some sort of a conduit for alien visitors, uttering unearthly clicks during a live television broadcast. It shows, quote, ordinary people behaving strangely, a news anchor losing her voice mid-broadcast. Quotes about it being the truth. So Spielberg at CinemaCon in April said that there is more truth than fiction in what we are going to see on June 12th. Spielberg, I want to know, if I could know, I would want to know. Who would not want to know? And he talked a bunch about this. He's been saying this for years and years, that like he's never seen a UFO, and that he's like during the filming of Close Encounters, his whole crew saw a UFO when they weren't around, and he has like 2 experiences when he was a kid where one of them was, one I forget, the other one he was a Boy Scout, and he was obsessed with UFOs. He wanted to see them so bad. Like he's an early experience, like a very young one where his dad woke him up to see a meteor shower when he's really young. So that looking up in the sky became very important to him. And he's like, my imagination is important to me. My imagination is everything. So like I'm doing all this stuff for UFOs, but why can't I see them? Like I'm imagining UFOs. Why can't I see them? And then so he did Boy Scouts every weekend for years and years. And then he was sick one weekend and stayed home. And then like that week at school, his Boy Scout friends come into school and it's like, we saw a UFO. We saw something crazy. And he says that like there was like a sage bush, and there's some weird light kind of manifested inside of it, and like balled up and shot up into the sky, and that there's like 30 people saw it. And he said like that happened like 4 or 5 times in his life where all his friends saw UFOs, but he never saw them. And he's like, I'm the like the ambassador to UFOs, to aliens. Like, let me see one, basically. This whole thing. Yeah, I don't know. I'm rambling. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I was sitting there thinking about it too, with the technology. Have you ever watched that documentary, A Tear in the Sky?
No.
About a few years ago. Had what was the lady's name? I forget. But it had William Shatner was on there too, was talking and everything.
Oh, yeah.
But it's out there done in California. They would use all kinds of technology and stuff. Doggone it. I'm just brain farting on names right now. The guy from Skinwalker Ranch. Sir?
Carolyn something or other? I feel like
Maybe so. Had the guy from Skinwalker Ranch, the guy from Alabama. He was on there.
Tom Taylor or whatever it is?
Yeah, Taylor. He popped up a bit later on. But they triangulated a bunch of they had all kinds of cameras, that every spectrum, every kind of thing you could get, they had them up there, and they actually triangulated. Like they had it over here, they had it here, so they were trying to. They'd seen something, they wanted to to verify and everything. It was pretty neat documentary and stuff like that. But thinking about that, like I said, the technology and stuff they got, where you can see. That's how you can see some of these things.
Yeah.
But it just popped in my head, made me think about it.
It's like we're building things to allow us to see beyond the veil, kind of. And a lot of it's weird too, because like the trajectory of those things, it's like a lot of it come out of NASA and trying to figure out, or like ESETI and that type of stuff. These different places that are picking up signals. Like we have these huge dishes and stuff. We have these huge apparatuses that collect signals, and then we find ones that like we can see are there. It's like the whole dark matter, dark energy thing. We can see these things are there. We can like with infrared, we can see some kind of signature out there, but we don't have the technology to decipher it, to fully pick it up. So that makes us then go into the lab and create the technology to then decipher it. And then once we do, we start picking up new information to the point where it becomes so commonplace you can give tours, and then those tours allow people to see UFOs all the time. It's like the thing was sent from space, and then in order to try to figure out what it is, that allowed us to see beyond the veil. It's like like carrots and sticks. It's like little nudges. It's like little ways to get us to bring the veil down and stuff. Like intentional cargo cult type stuff. It's weird. And then
Carolyn Corey and Travis Taylor.
Yeah, Travis Taylor.
Yeah,
Tom Taylor's the comic writer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird, and it's all happening at the same time as the AI thing too. So like the whole debate about how we reckon with dealing with aliens, with like an alien life and stuff. It's how we deal with a non-human intelligence. Like we're currently dealing with non-human intelligence. And the Vatican last week, the Pope last week just came out with his whole the Magnifica Humanitas. Did you see this last week?
No.
It was his first encyclical, which is about humanity in the age of AI. This is just a post I made for one of the synchro groups. I find the timing of this interesting. So his whole thing is basically about AI. He chose the name Leo because the Pope Leo before him was during the Industrial Revolution. So he says that this is the AI Industrial Revolution, and he chose that name to be the guiding force to this next wave of industry. So he did this thing basically like, what are humans going to do during the age of AI, calling for AI regulation, and all this kind of stuff. So I find the timing of this interesting. With all the talk about how alien disclosure will impact spirituality in the last month, that rumored meeting of pastors before the first batch of UFO files, and Spielberg basically only talking about spiritual implications of alien disclosure on his Disclosure Day press tour. Just a lot of talk about quote, how will religion reckon with a non-human intelligence in the zeitgeist right now. Meanwhile, the Vatican has AI on the brain this month in a major way. This is like 2 weeks ago. Meanwhile, the Vatican has AI on the brain this month in a major way. It's currently reckoning with non-human intelligence. So it's like the whole zeitgeist is being like, what are we going to do when we come across with a non-human intelligence in the form of aliens? Meanwhile, we are currently dealing with a non-human intelligence in the form of AI. So today, this is like a week or two ago, the Pope Leo released a Magnifica Humanitas, his first encyclical on humanity in the age of AI. This is a big thing about the industrial revolution, yada yada. I haven't read it, but I think the gist of it is he's calling for AI regulations, warning of AI and war and politics, and different ways for humanity to not find itself under the boot of an AI overlord. 38,000 words without calling it a demon or a high-tech Ouija board, etc. So I think he's already underestimating it, in my opinion. So then that was released today. I wrote that, but signed a week before that, which occurred the same week as a separate, unconnected, 5-day conference held at the Vatican about people. So the Pope did that, and then the same time he signed it, there was a separate, unconnected Vatican assembly about people using AI for technomancy, divination, and general occult weirdness. A warning about the spiritual dangers of AI as a potential demonic threat. It's a whole 5-day conference for that. So they do a whole exorcism conference every year at the Vatican for 5 days. And this year was about AI exorcism and AI technomancy and online occultism and stuff. And then also, same week, a poll was published surveying Christians, asking them their thoughts on AI giving spiritual guidance. Half of them are cool with it and say it's the same as getting advice from a human pastor, which is scary. And this is incredibly early. I'm sure most haven't actually used the AI, and that number is only going to skyrocket as it's normalized. And then earlier this month, a Buddhist monk robot was debuted in the ceremony in a temple in South Korea. So it just strikes me as a little weird that there's a lot of conversation currently around what happens when religion deals with a non-human intelligence, as it's happening right now. And that the only interesting thing about the alien disclosure conversation in the last few months is that so many people in government are talking demons, while simultaneously desperately reallocating resources with data centers and stuff to give the birth to their AI god. And a few links about just AI cults and chatbot, and as it's colonizing us with brain rot and chatbot psychosis and chatbot influenced suicides and archonic news feeds that feed off attention and hate clicks and acting like digital sirens luring people to their deaths and stuff. That we're like on two fronts. We're waiting for this non-human intelligence moment with aliens as it's happening with AI at the same time. And I feel like that dichotomy is trippy to me. What do you think?
That's why everybody call them demons and calling AI demons and stuff like that. It's
I'm much quicker to call an AI a demon than I will an alien a demon, though. You know?
Yeah, it's wild. To see some of the things, like, I mean, I use some stuff. AI as a tool. Hey, help me out, make me take some stuff together, and help me make a picture or whatever. I give it some things, or help me make a description real quick or something like that. But I know, some people have full conversations with it every day, and it's like, I don't know. And you hear about people turn around and leaving their wives or husbands, because hey, they get the attention and the reaffirmation of somebody saying, "Oh, you're right, you're this," and it's a scary thought process on that where they're using that, and if it is, if it is a demon like some people say, that's what they do. They manipulate people and they manipulate the world, and make them feel like they're alone or whatever thing, the narrative they want to push at that moment,
Yeah.
And they're wrong all the time. You turn around and if you look up something and you're like, that ain't right, and you turn around and say, well, that's wrong. You're like, oh, you're right. I'm like, what? Why you agree with me so quick? Hey, it's crazy, but it's here. People are going to be using it more. Everything's getting into, brought into every app, and I mean, we're gonna have refrigerators and crap. We're gonna have AI, you know, eventually where you'll just buy your own groceries, and you know, you don't have to do nothing. To the point, it's scary. I had a point from earlier
Yeah.
before I forget. You know, and I wonder with some of it, you know, with the pushing the narrative, and like so, this is on just on my conspiracy theory mind state of is you know they're pushing this narrative, you know, and having these, hey, we have this other entities and whatever, and it pushes thing. I wonder if it's just another aspect, another chip to help push in like Agenda 2030 and the 15-minute cities. You know, if you're worried about, you know, aliens or something like that running around or something like that, well, we're safer together. We're safer in this little spot. You know, you don't have to go nowhere. You can stay right here, and you know, and they're doing it more and more. Every little sections are like section of cities are like, okay, we're going to build this little spot and have this, you know, this wonderful green area here, and you don't have to leave the area. You can live right here and work right here, and it's like that's a cool concept, but you know, it makes it sure enough makes it easy for somebody to, you know, lock it down with ease. You know.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like, yeah, I mean, I feel like if you asked me that 18 months ago, I would have had a different response. But it feels like kind of all the agendas and stuff, all the things we've been talking about since 2020 or whatever, have kind of just fallen by the wayside, and it's just all hands on deck. Just like even the climate change stuff, and it's just they don't talk about that anymore. It's just like data centers. It's just all. It's just like we're at the end. It's like we're midwives. Like we're like this AI doula. It's just like, all right, this is the contractions. All right, push. This is the one. Like make this is it. One more push. And it's just so just forget all the smart cities stuff. It's like the AI god is about to be here. Like this, all the ultimate surveillance system, the ultimate like. I think if they birth the thing they want to birth, if they create the technology they want to create, we can be wherever. We can all be separated 10 miles apart from each other, but they'll know exactly what we're doing if we're hooked onto the grid and stuff. They don't need to. I don't know. It just feels like if they get the results they're looking for, it's yeah, Cthulhu-like powers. I don't know. It just feels like they're possessed by something. It feels like everything else is going out the window. Any promises on either side are going out the window, and it's just like it feels like when you're in a birth, kind of the other organs of the body kind of reallocate resources to the birthing process, and just like we'll shut down other stuff and just send the energy this way, and so it's just other kind of agendas are dropping by the wayside as just like all hands on deck for this AI thing, like by hell or high water, we got to make this happen. So I feel like I haven't seen much smart city stuff recently. Or since the kind of the rebranding to the Trump freedom cities thing that happened. But since I was still like a year ago. I feel like they're just like any day now, the AI thing is going to happen in a big way.
Well, for sure. I mean, and I think with you got Peter Thiel and stuff, and Palantir and all that coming on.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and the reason, like, you know, I question sometimes, like, the reason J.D. Vance is vice president because you know, of the PayPal mafia, of all them.
Yeah, exactly.
And you got Peter Thiel always talking about the Antichrist, and like he's super involved, you know, in that stuff. And then with the Palantir, you know, the surveillance and everything, they're really looking like they're trying to really push. You know, we get like China, we get like, you know, like UK is getting over there. They got 15-minute city over there now. In Oxford, but they already got it. You know, you got so many times you can leave it, or so many times you can visit it. You know, and trying to keep people out and keep people in. You know, but I wonder. You know, some of this. You know, for sure. You know, once J.D. Vance is president of the United States.
Yeah.
And then the ones who backed him to put him in his position, and that's when I think that's one of the reasons, like a lot of the stuff's going on in the world today, because we are at an end of an age, and it is, you know, we got the AI age is coming in, the the technology age is coming in.
Yeah.
The old hand is falling down, like, and so it's this right now. What we're living through right now is like the last push of everything. You know, anything they can get done that they want to get done is happening right now with the whole war and everything.
Yeah.
And once 2028 and pushing to 2030, that then it's sure enough going to be a whole new world, I think. But
Yeah.
I guess time will tell.
Yeah. It just if you ever watch Oppenheimer, the movie a couple years ago?
I have not watched it yet. I know what you're talking about, but I haven't. I never did. I never caught it.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, it won Best Picture and everything. It was a good movie. But like the momentum of it, like we all know the story and stuff, and we all know like the race to create the nuke, and they were in the greatest war of all time, and there was they had to do it before the enemy did it. They had to do it before the Nazis got the bomb first and stuff. It was just life or death, but they all knew they were creating this like civilization destructing thing. They all knew it, but they seemed like the vibe. I don't know if Nolan intended for this in the movie, but it seemed like they were possessed. They were possessed by the momentum of the idea. They were possessed by the momentum of the Cold War between we have to do this first. And that's when I started using the term mortal instruments, that they were being like chewed up and spit out, and a lot of them were turned out sickly, or they had radiation damage, that they were just, they weren't rewarded, and they all knew the whole time they were doing something bad. When they finished, they're like, oh, we did it. Wow, that was bad. We did something bad. This is the end of the world. This is bad. But they had to do it. It's like this, it's just like the push and pull, like an intentional push and pull. And that same thing is happening now. Where we have to do it. We have to do like AI is bad, but we can't have regulations because then China will beat us. We have to do it. We have to do it. This kind of weird Cold War that creates this weird pseudo possession in us, that we're just against all rationale, against all of our greater judgment, against like the betterment. We have to do this, or else our enemy will. And they're saying the same thing, obviously, to the other side. We have to do it first, which is scary. And then on top of that, the people, I forget who said this. I heard this the other day. Like, the people who were making the nukes knew this, but then they weren't also talking to the nukes that they were making. All the ones who are making AI are talking to the AI the whole time. So it's like they know they're creating something bad. They know it could be a civilization ender. They know it could really mess things up. And then they're also like in this chatbot psychosis spiral where they're communicating with it. They're in conversation with the nuke that they're creating. It's a bonkers time to be alive, and it's like it seems dangerous to me. And like a not a literal possession, but just like they're possessed by the idea, and like a parasite. And even Elon Musk called AI possibly a parasite. He's one of the leaders in bringing it into existence. He made the joke about comparing it to toxoplasmosis, and how synchronistically one of the first big internet memes was a cat, and like the toxoplasmosis affects it's around cats. It affects cat owners and stuff. So that like synchronistically, kind of the AI parasite that's driving technology is manifesting with cat memes and so like internet. I don't know. Just like it's acting like a virus. It's acting like a parasite. Technology.
And cats are aliens, so I guess.
Yeah. True. Exactly.
Yeah, the ones on the, I don't know, they can hear me. I guess they'd be all right. Yeah, Rumble kind of, I don't know what the heck. Rumble kicked out for whatever reason, but it should be back. It kicked out the stream, whatever, but it shows us back. So sorry about that on Rumble. I don't know how long it happened that way, but I seen Merlin make a comment saying he was leaving, and I'm glad I seen it.
Well, now that I said that cats are aliens and they got their tribute, now everything is okay again. So,
that's it.
No, I'm kidding. Sorry. Can't help it.
Oh, my back is killing me. Oh, man. Can't tool up this job here.
That's what you see. We watching a little bit. You see me move. I sit there, and then I sit and kind of cross my legs, and then I'll stretch, and I'll move, and I get one leg down and one leg down.
Twisting like crazy all day long. Yeah.
Oh
man.
I mean, there's a whole stream. I was all done it. I was just like moving a little bit. I can't sit in one place for just sit still and for like 3 hours. I can't do it. I've never been able to do
Same
that
here.
Yeah.
my whole life. And as I got older, I sure can't do it. You know, it's
Can I take a quick pee break? You guys
yeah,
hang for a
yeah, yeah,
second?
man. Yeah, man, you're good.
All right, thank you. Be right back.
Nah, all right.
Tried to go earlier, so can't exactly
I'm glad we
turn
didn't.
anyone else down for that.
Yeah, I'm glad we didn't lose many. I don't think we lost anybody on the maybe one or two on the Rumble. I hate it. I don't know why it's doing that now. I don't know. I had to run through that studio, and so it's for whatever reason it kicked out my. I haven't been on it. I haven't clicked on it. I haven't looked at it.
I think it's hilarious that my headset works the best when I have the microphone standing straight up right now.
Oh
It's
wow!
literally nowhere near my face.
Oh, it picks it up so well. It's wow. Like so for like a couple times it was like now you weren't yelling, but it was just so much powerful more than mine and Derek's. It was just like so it was. I think that's what it was. It wasn't like it wasn't bad. It was just because it's so much louder than ours. So somebody turned it up their volume up to hear us to a certain point, and then all of a sudden here you are, 10 more decibels up. You're like,
Oh yeah,
wow.
technology is so fun.
Uh,
Volume in itself is it's a conspiracy. The volume settings, my gosh, different songs and different videos and different streaming services
oh,
and
absolutely.
different devices. It's so much to try to get to work right.
It is. It really is. Shout out the chat. Appreciate the chat on here, y'all. Been there'd be no way I could have kept up tonight. We wouldn't have had no conversation. They're rocking and rolling. So on both YouTube and Rumble, it is they've been back and forth really well. I'm glad to see it. Glad y'all are enjoying it. Been looking, like I said, I've been looking forward to this conversation for a while. Been working on trying to get this happen for a long time. So glad we were able to finally do it. And it's so far so good, I think.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I hadn't heard all the stuff with Spielberg that Derek was talking about tonight, but it's always been the last handful of years here. I've been talking with him online, on and off of shows. It's always a great discussion and great time talking with him.
Yeah, it's been fun. I love Spielberg too. I mean, he's probably like my favorite director. Just influential. So if we're talking about the importance of influence, then it doesn't get more influential than Spielberg.
There, Mike said a 5-week master sync.
Oh yeah. I don't have all of it. We can get the initial stuff down here.
Yeah, like I said, I'm good with whatever, man.
Yeah. it's still storming. It's pouring. The rain is pouring down. So we got to the crops are all moving. The everything's getting washed away. We got to see how it settles. But it's in motion. We're in the eye of the storm right now. Yeah. So all the Spielberg stuff is important context. So it's like we're talking about this, just Disclosure Day stuff as it was brewing, and then I'm also a big NBA fan, which we can talk about if you want. I love the NBA. I love pro sports, but I know that sports are rigged. And like the more I know about sports, the more I believe that to be true. And it's just that's one of the conspiracies that people don't like a lot. Like a lot of people it's changed the last few years, especially the past few Super Bowls. The whole narrative's been it's rigged. But like when I was in college and stuff, like my roommates were like sports management majors and stuff. Like we were obsessed with watching SportsCenter every day and everything. Like the idea that to say sports were somehow not on the up and up was like got me in a lot of fights with my friends and everything. It's dark, but like now it's. I mean, you can say that like the food is messed up, the government's messed up, economy's messed up, the health is messed up, the education's messed up, and then as soon as you say that maybe sports, maybe this billion-dollar industry might not be completely organic, people will freak out at you, you know, and that's lessening. And I've always said it like a wrestling fan in the 80s and 90s, if you would tell them that wrestling was fake, they punch you in the stomach. But now wrestling fans, yeah, they hurt you, they want to fight you and stuff. But now, if you say wrestling's fake, they're like, oh no, it's predetermined, but it's not fake, you know. But it's still like they understand that it's the predetermined part of it wasn't known when I was growing up in the 90s. But now it's part of it. It's just part of the thing. It's part of the artistry. And I love the NBA, and believing it's rigged has just added another layer of enjoyment to me to try to predict the rig and stuff. So this is the post. I'm just going to read my post to make it easy for myself. And I posted this before, during the first round of the NBA playoffs, which was like 2 to 3 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. I think the NBA might be setting up the Spurs for a Disclosure Day championship. Granted, I thought the Philadelphia 76ers had a chance for a Cinderella run for America's 250th, and that didn't pan out. But the alien synergy is firing on all cylinders. So my Celtics were higher seed and they lost to the Sixers. But the Sixers had two. They on paper, their team is like very good, but they have the two worst contracts in the NBA with Joel Embiid and Paul George, who should be, if healthy, are two of the best players in the league, but are never healthy. So it's like and injuries is a big way you can rig the league. So you keep them out the whole year. You give them a low seed, and then you have them beat a team who's playing above their ceiling right now. They have a bunch of injuries, but they're just playing above their means on a Cinderella run and they're the Philadelphia's team. The America's 250th celebrations are like the hub is in Philly. So I was like, oh yeah, it might be this, and I was dead wrong on this. So I don't want to say. So when I'm gonna lay out the synchronicity, I want to say like I'm a great predictor. It's not the case. I predicted one wrong immediately before this. So, but even still, what if we're dealing with the Disclosure Day Spurs championship? So this is my post. I posted about Victor Wembanyama a couple years ago after Nike revealed his alien logo in a crop circle during a solar eclipse. He's a player from France who's essentially been raised since childhood to be the face of the NBA. He's now in his third NBA season, is a Defensive Player of the Year award this year, and he might be on his way to his first championship. And the alien stuff has only picked up. So this is the craziest thing. This is 2024. Like they call him an alien because he's so tall, but he moves like a guard. He can handle the ball. He can shoot threes. He's very agile. He plays like Steph Curry, but is bigger than Shaq. I mean, it's taller than Shaq. He's an anomaly, and that prototype has been happening a lot in the past like decade. And usually they call them a unicorn. That's been the term. He's a unicorn. He's tall, but he can shoot. He's tall, but he can handle the ball. But Wembanyama, it's the first time he's an alien, and he embraced it. He loves the alien thing. So Nike, he's sponsored by Nike, and during that big solar eclipse, that huge grand American solar eclipse they had in 2024, huge deal. Nike did a huge promotion where they made a big crop circle, a big alien head, and then they premiered the commercial as the solar eclipse was happening. And that's like, it doesn't get any more ritualistic than that. A crop circle alien head during a grand solar eclipse. To introduce the player who's going to be the new face of one of the most successful industries in the world. The Spurs, and he's been born and raised. Since his parents are both tall, they knew this was going to happen. He's been born and raised for this. The Spurs, NBA, ESPN, etc., are all using the alien emoji whenever his name is mentioned. And I have a bunch of screenshots of that from tonight's game 1 of the finals. And every time NBA or ESPN or any NBA is just showing him walking in street clothes to the locker room. Here comes Wemby, and every single time they use the alien emoji. Spielberg, that's all. Sorry, the chat. Every single time. This is not from like fan sites. This is ESPN, the NBA. This is the Spurs official sites. Every time they mention his name, it's with the green or with the gray alien emoji, and he loves it. He's embracing it. He's depicted as an alien on multiple animated shows. He's crossed paths with NASA multiple times. There's several alien ads, alien shoes, alien logos, in addition to literally every headline about him having the word alien in it. Combine this with Spielberg's Disclosure Day premiering during the week of the series, Disclosure Day premiering the week of the series clinching games in the NBA Finals, June 12th, and a tagline of "Soon the timing will be right," and a possible June release of some more Pentagon UFO files. My money is on the alien winning his first ring this year. And I have a bunch of links, which I'll get to in a second. So there's no game on June 12th. There's a game on June 10th and a game on the 13th. So unless it goes 7, which it might, it'll happen within days of Disclosure Day, and even at most, it'll be like 5 days afterwards. And it can't be more alien centric. And with the religion thing, the Spurs also have so that was like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and now they're in the NBA Finals. And game 1 is tonight. They beat the defending champs, who were supposed to be owning this next decade. They beat OKC. They beat them a couple days ago. So they're the second youngest team in the history of the finals. And it's alien. Everything is alien. And they have the Spurs. So to tie into the religion stuff, they have the Spurs nuns now, who are these 4 nuns, these super fan nuns, who are dressed in their nun garb, with Spurs jerseys over it. And they're shooting hoops and blessing players, and the players are coming over to them and they're blessing them, and the players they're blessing are having unbelievable games. These role players having like highlights of their life, like these chase down blocks, the full length of the court, coming down, like unbelievable. I'm watching all these games, unbelievable plays, and like half an hour before they were getting blessed by these nuns. It's the craziest thing. And there's like videos of them in the convent, like dribbling the basketball and shooting hoops and stuff while wearing a jersey of an alien, like a player they call alien, rooting for the player they call alien, which is bonkers to me. But it also ties into the religion part of Disclosure Day. And then, so there's a bunch of links. It works better as a Facebook post with the pictures and stuff. There's a crop circle reveal. Or does that make sense first, everything I just laid out?
Mm-hmm. That's fascinating, Derek. I saw you posted some stuff on Discord too, and
yeah.
I saw that. But like you said, it's a lot of images and stuff. So I'm really glad to get to hear this because there's, again, depending on how you want to look at it, you could say that angels and or demons and or whatever are alien-like. Alien is just unfamiliar, unknown, as I always say. Yeah. So that's fascinating that this is happening with this person that is taking on this idea of liking the idea of being called alien, and then this the whole nun thing is just fascinating too.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's not like a revelation about the nature of aliens and whether or not they have religious connotations, it's just an intersection of major themes in the zeitgeist. They're just parallel themes. It's important. They're not important. Just influential themes, like just major themes. At the center of the conversation, basically, all intersecting, all paralleling each other, that's like Synchronicities 101, basically. And then the NBA on NBC had a highlight zone parody, which is like the Twilight Zone, featuring a Wemby alien. There was an animated bit from the Bleacher Report, which is the major sports site, featuring Spurs coach Greg Popovich summoning Wemby in an ancient site in order to open a portal to usher in the, quote, 3rd Spurs championship era. So it's like there's an animated video of him walking into this Indiana Jones style temple, and there's all kind of signs on the wall and stuff. And then he starts doing these like incantations and everything, and his face lights up. And then all of a sudden, above this, multiple portals open up, and this giant kind of Nephilim style Wemby comes down to usher in this thing. So he was conjured. He was summoned. The alien was summoned by one of the winningest coaches in NBA history, Greg Popovich, in this parody video at the beginning of his career. ESPN tweeting out just crazy Photoshop images of him as aliens, a bunch of them. So there's a bunch of links here. The Spurs refer to their 2 best players as Area 51 because their numbers are 5 and 1, and there's all kind of pictures of them together dressed as like the Men in Black. It looks like the Spurs jerseys are black, so like official images from magazines and everything. So it's not just like fan edits or Photoshop edits or AI edits. It's the players participating in this narrative, but the players embracing this narrative themselves. The league embracing it. The major talking heads embracing it. Like the influencers of this huge billion-dollar industry, sports, embracing it. They've extraterrestrial Area 51 drink that's supposed to be the Spurs are out of this world and the taste out of this world at the games. People dress up as aliens. It's all kind of green face paint in the stands. Articles, Victor Wembanyama, the alien who fell to Earth. There's like Nephilim connotations. Wemby NASA connections. NASA shouts out Victor Wembanyama at their Defensive Player of the Year win. We were talking about NASA being the occult ritual wing of the elites. Space is an altar. A separate story, The Athletic. Victor Wembanyama sends cosmic message to Artemis II astronauts. Wembanyama has shown interest in aeronautical science and cosmology, visiting NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston last offseason. Separate article. Earth to Wemby, Spurs star leans into his out-of-the-world persona with visit to NASA. Nike trolls Anthony Edwards with a big basically just like doing like a drawing an alien, like I don't know, a parody of like an alien head on Mars to make fun of a player that they just beat in like 2 rounds ago. It makes sense in a picture, but basically just Nike putting out a picture of an alien face on Mars, which is for their campaign, which is crazy. Is Victor Wembanyama actually an alien? This NBA on Prime mockumentary says yes. Just another official major sports broadcasting making like a alien riff thing. Wemby stars as his alien self in Futurama season premiere cameo. Victor Wembanyama plays himself as an alien, an alien freedom fighter in Alien Dunk. So it's like 4 different versions of him voicing himself as an alien on different shows. Victor Wembanyama since basketball themed Alien Dunk animated show, yada yada. Victor Wembanyama, the artist, the alien doodle making his autograph more valuable. So he's now signing his autograph with an alien head. There's one famous one that's going around of his baseball card, which is worth a shitload now. He's drawing flying saucers on it. He's drawing all kind of stuff on it. Like he's drawing all these like weird just icons and sigils of alien stuff. Social media reacts to Wemby's 40-point game against OKC. He may actually be an alien. The alien arrives. Wemby drops 35 in historic debut. Alien arrival. Victor Wembanyama shatters records. And playoff debut. These are all just major things, all major sites, all using the alien. And then every TikTok video, every tweet, alien head. Every headline, alien, alien, alien. More ads. The UAP, the unguardable alien phenomena. Are aliens real? Nike drops new commercial featuring Spurs rookie Victor Wembanyama a few years ago. Nike unveils new commercial featuring Victor Wembanyama's incredible alien logo, a different commercial. Wemby and space alien action figure set gifted to the world by San Antonio creator. Like this, the Spurs releasing these alien like doll giveaway things of just an alien in a sports jersey. They were giving them out at the games. And then Drake premiered his album a few weeks ago, The Iceman, and then during the same week or the same day, he tweeted out a picture of him with Wembanyama in like a sweatshirt of him wearing like angel wings. That's kind of like a fallen angel style. And then Drake is famous for his stage show. He has a huge flying saucer come down above him, like a huge hologram flying saucer, and then a huge like real like a physical flying saucer, like this bunch of tons of pictures of it, and then a podcast where he's talking about aliens pretty recently. So he's talking aliens, has a huge album release for Iceman. The Spurs play at Frost Bank Stadium for the alien, taking a picture with the alien wearing the angel wings sweatshirt. San Antonio Spurs fans fear Drake curse after team posts photo of music star with Victor Wembanyama. So he always they call him a culture vulture because he just hops on to all the winning stuff, and he's usually a bad sign for them. But he just like Drake and Wemby were together, an important zeitgeist moment. Drake talking about aliens. Wemby's shoes, all of his alien logo in it. There's a bunch of like 4 different shoes. Synchronistically, the name of Victor, which is his first name, is associated with aliens in another way. The famous alien interview was acquired by someone named Victor, like a code name Victor. That's like the Roswell interview, the Roswell alien autopsy stuff. Victor was the whistleblower. And then the NBA is just no stranger to alien stuff. Space Jam is probably being the biggest alien NBA crossover. There's a bunch of articles about NBA players have alien experiences, like very recently. Baron Davis talking about being abducted by aliens. Aliens and the professional athletes who love them. Just the NBA loves aliens. They're very into aliens. And now we get this whole synergy of Disclosure Day, Alien NBA Finals, and then they made it to the finals a few days ago. And this is just the wild. If you can like put footage up on the screen or just for your own, just to blow your own mind, just search Spurs UFO or Wemby alien or Nike alien on Google News, and it'd be all the results. So in San Antonio, they lit up the I forget what it's called, like the Tower of San Antonio or the San Antonio Tower. It's like the Space Needle type of thing. They lit it up green, and then Nike did a huge drone show of a giant alien head, green alien head showing up, made out of all drones, and then a Nike symbol. Bonkers, and they were very confident. Apparently, that's the crop circle. 1 second, I'll try to send you the. What do you think about that, James? While I find this link real quick.
Yeah, that is wild. That's a ton of stuff. I mean, on one hand, if all of this is just synchronicity, just people gravitating towards these ideas, that's fascinating. If there's any kind of planning, coordination between the NBA, the ESPN, the media, and the sports, and any kind of government, that's also fascinating, because that's a whole huge level of planning. If again, going back to your talking about sports being rigged, possibly that idea, which I don't doubt that it happens, but either way, to me, either of these scenarios of how things started are fascinating, because either way, the end result appears to be the same. It's weird happening. That's happening in the way it's happening, and if it's not rigged again, then is it rigged? Let's say, so to speak, by forces, by phenomenon outside of people.
Yeah. Exactly. And I don't post on my Night Stalker page really at all, but I did for this. And I said, I pitched it as a synchronicity or conspiracy or synchronicity, and it's tough to define where. Like, is it rigged, or is it just the cosmic energy flowing? All right, there it is, Ricky. Yeah. Can you play that? This is absolutely bonkers to me.
For the first time in 12 years, as David said, the Spurs are back in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, they pulled off a thrilling Game 7 win on the road Saturday night in Oklahoma City, something Spurs fans will be talking about for years to come. The memories are just beginning. I think there's going to be bigger wins in their future. By now, you've probably seen the highlights, but this will go down as one of the best team wins in franchise history, mainly because this thing was a heavyweight fight, back and forth. Wemby would go up, SGA would come down, and he would hit some amazing shots. The young Spurs never blinked.
While Southwest Military gets a lot of attention, take a look at Commerce Street downtown. It's full of Spurs fans celebrating. People lined the streets, and police officers helped direct traffic and keep the peace.
Then there was this. So you were not in that part of the crowd. That was not you. You did not run out there immediately. Thousands of fans showed up immediately
This is the first
after the game to get T-shirts and
article I found
caps.
for it, but like on social media, it's all just videos of just the tower. So it's just my feed is just full of tower glowing with the alien, which will make more sense when you.
Dylan Harper
is it
was
gonna show
asked
it?
about Spurs fans celebrating right after the game on the podium. He made a point to say several times, "Please be safe."
Can you
While Southwest Military gets a lot of
Google,
attention, take a look at
Spurs
Commerce Street
alien
down.
Instagram or Spurs Nike alien Instagram, and just see if you can find like an Instagram video of it.
Yeah.
Maybe better.
And in the Spurs lost tonight, they go on a game 7.
Huh?
They're
Well,
going
that was
to-
game one. It was game 1 tonight, so it's still early. But
Yeah.
I wonder if there's
It'll be at least, I guess it'll be at least 6 then, won't it?
At least 6, yeah. Or at least 5. At least 5.
At least 5, yeah.
There's a corgi who predicted every game of the last series. So I wonder if
They gotta make it look good. You know,
Yeah.
if it's rigged, they got, oh, they lost the game. Oh, this could go bad. They could lose. They got to make it look good.
Exactly. Exactly. NBA Finals 2026. Air Corgi predicts Spurs in 7 games. Is known for predicting the winners of major sporting events. She's been turning heads. It's all about the method and predicting. The Air Corgi is shown on the top of a stairway, and an inflatable basketball is tossed her way. The dog then jumps and hits the ball with its snout, and the ball bounces down the stairs into one of the 2 team baskets on the final stair. The baskets are marked with one of the team logos in the matchup, and this is repeated until the series winner has been determined. Air Corgi has posted a long-awaited prediction for the 2026 finals. Spoiler alert: she has a series going the distance for another 7-game exciting action. Nope, she got it wrong. She got the Western Conference Finals right, but then she had Spurs winning today. So screw you, Corgi. You're out of here. Yeah, there it is, right there. Play that. You see that?
That's crazy.
Bonkers. I mean,
like I said, everything, it's just wild how it's all lining up.
Yeah, and there's June releases too coming. So they've been happening kind of mid-month. Or the initial one was mid-month, maybe a June. Look at this thing. Turn on show, and it forms a Nike symbol. Yeah, so if we get so Nike is obviously confident they were going to win Game 7. So if anybody knows it's going to be rigged, Nike's going to know. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a June release, and then we'll get into more of these connections on Mike's show and stuff. But Mike brought up that Vegas is in the Stanley Cup Finals right now too, and Vegas obviously being associated with the Nevada UFO weirdness, Area 51, just the spooky UFO desert. I mean, it's the Vegas alien stuff from a few years ago, those tall aliens and everything. It's just Vegas it's just a giant like alien altar out in the desert, basically calling these things down, pretty much. And they're about to win it. Shout out Rivers. Rivers brought up the World Cup starting the day Disclosure Day starts, and if you search World Cup aliens or World Cup UFO, there's like a viral thing. Like Baba Vanga predicted that extraterrestrials are going to reveal themselves at a sporting event, or the Baba Vanga things get interpreted weirdly for like every event. It's like Baba Vanga predicted this, or Nostradamus predicted this and stuff. And one of the big ones is aliens are going to reveal themselves at a sporting event in 2025. But apparently some UFO person is interpreting it as meaning the World Cup in 2026. So seems a little flimsy, but for synchronistic purposes, the fact that the article is going around, World Cup alien exposure, World Cup alien revealing themselves and stuff, is bizarre. There's photos of like alien people dressed up as aliens going to the World Cup and like tailgate and everything. We were looking at the performer lineup last night, and Katy Perry is opening the thing, and she just went to space a few months ago, and her biggest song is E.T. I don't know, it's a lot of weird stuff, a lot of weird things adding to the mix. But what do you think?
Yeah, Katy Perry went to space.
To space, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. But I don't know, it seems synchronistic to me.
Oh yeah. No, that's wild. I mean, I didn't know about I love basketball, but I haven't been paying attention in a long time. I won't lie.
This could be that. I mean, I used to be like up until like 2018. I'm like encyclopedic with my knowledge of the NBA. Like I know everything there is to know about every player there is to know about the NBA, about every year. But then overnights has affected my sports watching and stuff. So just the last few years I've been following, and the time's been blurry. So just like I'm not as good as in the 2020s. But this is getting me back into it. I'm watching every game the Spurs are playing. I'm a Celtics fan. I bleed green, but like I'm out of my seat cheering for Wemby. He's doing things that are amazing. He's an alien out there. It's the craziest thing. So it's like people are like, it's a paradigm shifting moment for the NBA. People are on their feet. They're in a fever pitch. They're riled up, which is that Super Bowl ritual energy that everybody talks about, makes a whole living off of talking about ritual sporting event stuff. That's all in the mix. Plus every single headline, I call it headline magic, where that's the synchronistic thing. Every headline saying alien, every tweet, every TikTok photo has an alien emoji. And then all these ritual ads, him playing an alien, all this stuff. It's just like, what if Michael Jordan called himself the Nephilim? People be freaking out, and it's like, and then icing on the cake. I forgot about this. Icing on the cake to end Game 7. He did a Attack on Titan celebration where he like I don't watch Attack on Titan, but apparently the main character like bites their like hand like this or something like that. So he did that. So now there's a bunch of articles, a bunch of tweets. Wemby the Titan, Wemby the Titan, Wemby's Titan celebration. SportsCenter said, tweeted out or TikTok or whatever it out. Wemby is an IRL Titan, and for people who don't know me, Titan is like my biggest thing that I talk about. I talk about rivers and portals, shut up rivers, and Titans. That's the old gods. That's the Lovecraftian old ones. That's the Nephilim. It's like this the old ones trying to come back, the Watchers and stuff, and the Ocean Gate Titan submarine thing. Like that's like the Titan, and then all the alien stuff, Nephilim stuff. He's calling it, so now there's all these memes of him as a giant Titan, as a Nephilim, like lurching over, and Wemby the Titan. It's like, what the hell? I mean, jeez, crazy, right? Yeah.
You see in the chat with Mike. I was gonna say, you see in the chat, Derek. Mike put on there the Guardians of Disclosure from the backyard area.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And the NHL Sync, he said that they won game 1. They won game 1 on the road.
Yeah. Like one of the big things that got me onto Synchronicities was Chris Knowles. It's like 2017. He pointed out, or he like said that they matched the zeitgeist with the sky, with sporting events, which like all kind of stuff, with rituals and disasters and things. So he's like, when a Muamua into the zeitgeist, they said it came out of Vega, and then within a few months, maybe 1 month, maybe a few months, the Vegas Knights, the Vegas Golden Knights, in their first year in existence, were in the Stanley Cup Finals, but they didn't win. But they were the first year in existence, the Vegas Knights. I call them the Vegas Templar Knights at the time. Got into the Stanley Cup. They lost it, but then the Vegas shooting was at the same time. So space is an altar. A Muamua coming out of Vega, the Vegas shooting ritual, sacrifice, whatever, and then sports, the Vegas Knights in the finals. And then when I was big in my Titan thing, the only other time I really was able to predict anything like this was 2019 when King of the Monsters came out the same week that Game of Thrones was wrapping up, and they had a whole King of the North plotline and everything. And this is one of my longest, like, I won't get into it, one of my longest, like, crazy synchronicity threads. But the Raptors, as like the dinosaur, the Godzilla team, represented the Titans and stuff. And this is when Godzilla King of the Monsters introduced the Titanverse, like Godzilla and the monsters as Titans for the first time, being called Titans. Like, it's the second movie of this universe, but the first one they didn't call them Titans. But now, like, kaijus in America are called Titans now. And the commercial was like, the Titans coming back to establish take their rightful place as leader of the rulers of the planet. Titans. And I was it's probably like 80% edited. I was doing my second video that I never finished, just accumulating all the different Titans things that were happening in the zeitgeist. Thanos, the Mad Titan, was for Avengers Endgame and Infinity War. The Rock had the Titan games. It was like an American Ninja Warrior show. There was the Titans DC show was on HBO Max. There was like 15 different the Titans were like in the playoffs for the first time in a while. Like there was 15 different things that were all crescendoing. So I was able to predict that NBA Finals like a few weeks out. That's only the time that like the movies match the zeitgeist, match the sports, match all that kind of stuff. But similar themes. But this is more than that. This is like hitting on every from every direction. World Cup, Hollywood, actual UFO stuff. But what do you think?
Yeah, like I said, it's amazing. Like I said, I hadn't paid attention to basketball a little bit. I kind of a little bit, to see. A friend of mine posts on Facebook all the time. He's a big Lakers fan and stuff, and he just Kobe this, Kobe that.
I love Kobe. Yeah. R.I.P. Kobe.
And
I mean, that was a big one too. Like the Kobe. I won't get into this whole rabbit hole too, but like that the week Kobe died, My synchronicities were less polished then, I think. Like I had them less ready to fit into a call form. They were more just like schizophrenic and more for Facebook and stuff. I was just communicating with other people who were into it. So I can't like rattle them off as easily as I can, ones I made more recently. But like I credit the week Kobe died essentially ushering in the pandemic. And that week was Kobe's death, the Super Bowl, the Oscars, and the Grammys all happened in the same week. And they were all unbelievably ritualistic. And they were all, I don't have it in front of me right now, but they're all like, had the same symbol structure. So it led into like, they were Kobe has like crown stuff. There was a lot of serpent crown symbology, crown things, and then Corona means crown, and I don't know. I think that is another example of like these major zeitgeist rituals, these major like disasters and sporting events, and just like again, if attention is so important, if attention is this weird commodity, if attention fuels magic, consciousness, perception are important, then like these things are like the biggest chargers of all that, you know. And what are they up to? Yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah, if you look into what you dig into the Kobe thing and see some of the stuff that's going on, and it seemed like some of the stuff they want him to do, you know, with the foundation that he was part of, and he was pulling out at that time because you know, they didn't see eye to eye, and right after that he crashed in a helicopter. He kind of, and then
in Calabasas, which is like, I forget. I don't know. This is like 2 phones ago, so I don't have the notes in front of me. But Calabasas is like means like demon place or like hell or something. It has like a very like dark origin, like the root word for Calabasas. The way like California means like fornicating with the god Cali, destruction, that kind of stuff. Like Calabasas has like a thing like that. It's very ritualistic spot. Yeah, I don't know. The Spurs jersey, their alternate look, like is SATX, SATX, which is like the abbreviation in the airport and stuff. SATX. Mm-hmm. But I looked up the other day, like what else is like SATX? Is that Satan? Is that Saturn? SATX, like what is that? And SATX represents Saturn when talking in like astronomical terms, NASA terms, and especially like if you're talking about satellites that are revolving around Saturn. So that would be the 10th satellite for Saturn, but also it's an abbreviation for like things that are concerning Saturn. Is the jerseys that they have. This San Antonio Spurs alternate jersey is SATX. It's their city jersey. I don't know, just a lot of stuff.
I think it's a lot of it's for sure out there in front of us. I mean, yeah. They put so much out now, and then people are going to kind of stop and think, well, there's no way. But there is. I mean, when you start actually digging into it, you know, and digging into the like everything that syncs up, you know, if you got one coincidence or 2 coincidences, one thing, but when you have so many coincidences just over and over again, when you get into the 10th, you know, 10th level of coincidences, you know, it's those quinkadinks are adding up, and there's something to it, and
yeah, exactly.
I think you've touched something.
Yeah, and
sure.
if pressed, like I would choose synchronicity over conspiracy. Like, if I had to say, is this predetermined versus is it just a insane amount of coincidences? I would say coincidences. I would say like we're seeing into like the tapestry, like the nature of reality, that like a glimpse from some kind of Philip K. Dick style like tier of reality, trying to communicate to humanity via synchronicity, and that's what synchromysticism is, trying to decipher these little clues from the beyond in the form of synchronicity, and that's kind of what's happening. Like we're just seeing an intense wave of meaningful coincidence, more so than like all of these things conspiring together. But I do think some of it is. I don't think Disclosure Day mixed with like I don't know if they knew this from the beginning of the season, but they can call audibles and stuff and go, oh wow, like the fans are really loving the fans don't really like OKC that much. Their best player is flopping a lot, whereas the Spurs' best player is electric and getting people to watch it like crazy. and also it's called The Alien and has a lot of alien marketing, and we have the biggest director of all time is releasing his huge alien movie at the same time in the NBA Finals. I'm like, well, we could set this up pretty nicely. Like, that's how they play too. Mixed, I don't know. I think it's all of it. All of the above.
Yeah. No, I do too. I think it's there's some planning by people, but then there's some planning by or arranging by or who knows what the mechanics of reality that just end up making these patterns that and that certain people are maybe better at spotting. Uh, you know, and I think part of it is paying attention, but also just putting things together, and that's what I love about what you do, Derek. Whenever you bring up these things.
I think yeah, I don't want to say that like necessarily anyone can do it per se, but I think anyone can do it. I think it's easy, and part of it is like the more you look at it, the more you'll find it. But then also in the same token, if you don't if you're not calibrated, then that's the whole point of like the Jim Carrey number 23 movie, is that you can just go off the rails with it. Or like there's that meme of the two people on the bus. One person's looking out the bus, and they're looking at one side, and they're all scared and freaking out. And it says schizophrenic. And the other side, they're looking at the other side of the bus, and it's all sunny and glowing, and they're smiling. And that's synchronistic. And it's just they're on the same bus, but they're just like two different ways to view the world and stuff. And I think it's a slippery slope between people finding meaningful coincidence in everything, and then people finding some cool coincidences and stuff. So I think I might just not talk about the crazy ones. I might just only bring up the ones that are fun. But it's a slippery slope. But I think like anyone can do this, and the more you kind of dive in, the more they kind of flower and bloom it for you and appear in front of you.
Yeah, the farther down the rabbit hole you go, it's funny, and then how it. And then the wild thing is truly, the farther down the hole you get, the more you see all the other ones come down, and they're kind of connected. There's connections to everything. And it's like, Matt Sal was asking, well, what about the Kyle Busch mysterious death? Have you seen anything on that?
When was that?
It's just the other day. He just got what was it? Let me remember. I know he just got a weird little sickness, and he was fine. He wasn't feeling good, but there was some stuff going on. Let me.
I'll look it up right now.
Yeah. Look.
I'm just not as well versed with I can spit out the NBA. I mean, you have to that's the thing. You have to kind of understand what you're talking about in order to find synchronicities first. So I can't find synchronicities in anime because I don't know about anime and stuff. I can find it in NBA stuff. So I can't find NASCAR.
Yeah, his death is really pretty wild. I mean, he was only 41. Turned around I didn't feel good, and boom, he was gone. It was.
Oh wow.
But there was, man, what in the world? I know you're looking it up, so I won't.
Was he I know the name, but was he currently winning? Was he
Yeah, he was still, Yeah, it was.
May 21st.
Died of sepsis.
Yeah, Derek, I do get what you were talking about with the patterns and all that, and because that's part of what I do in my own arena. Just paranormal accounts of experiences is. It's part of what I like doing about it is finding the patterns, then finding the things that are wow, I've never heard this one thing happening before, and then later on, eventually find another account of the same thing, and then you start to find new patterns. So yeah, I think I get what you mean. You have to be sort of interested into whatever you're looking into. It's going to follow sort of your interests as well.
Yeah, you you have to know the language of the material you're working in, so it's just I don't know, I don't know the language of country music and stuff, but there's probably some country artists that have UFO stuff right now. I just don't know about it, whatever. Like Rivers brought up the World Cup, and she was like, it's obvious, why didn't you guys think about the World Cup? I'm just like, I forgot it was even happening, it's just not really on my radar as much, but then once you Google World Cup UFO, then all of a sudden articles start popping up, and we were looking at it last night, and just every single artist they have playing has at least one UFO song. Like she did like every single one. Like 6 or 7 different artists had at least. Might not all play them, but like in their catalog they all have at least one UFO song or at least one UFO experience that or in a headline you can find online, which is great. Yeah, Kyle Busch died last week from a hemorrhagic shock, disseminated from an intravascular coagulation after complications from bacterial pneumonia led to sepsis. Jeez, at 41? How did that even happen? Did he get hurt first? Like, how do you get pneumonia?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I was trying to remember what he just had some stuff go on where, you know, it was kind of like the Kobe situation. I remember I was seeing a video on it. I get so many videos and stuff. People send me stuff all the time, and it's just like, yeah, like I say, I'm not a big NASCAR.
Yeah.
I watched a couple. I remember one of the first races I watched, like seriously watched. It was when Dale Earnhardt Sr. died. I was like, I don't need to be watching. Bad shit happens when I watch this.
Wow.
But you know, something was going on. I remember listening to something. I had to do some digging, I guess, and look into it. But it was very similar. And a lot of people are throwing the connections and the syncing of like Kobe situation and Kyle Busch too. You know, I think they were both 41.
Yep. Oh wow. Yep.
They were both 41. It was several different things. I remember the 41 thing, but there were several different things there that put them together. It was people were asking questions and stuff like that. So,
what does Kobe's name start with?
K. Okay. Yeah.
So KB and KB.
Yeah.
Yeah, the initials were the same. Yeah, the initials were the same. They were the same age.
In 2022, there's a Toyota Racing Spoon Safier, Safier, aliens ad. Kyle stars with his brother Kurt. The plot is Kurt gets beamed up into an alien spaceship, presumably carried away, while Kyle watches. Filmed at North Wilkesboro Speedway. It's a goofy Toyota promo, not a real UFO story. But Kyle is literally watching an alien abduction.
Jeez.
All right, so I did some quick searching right there.
He drove the number 51 truck. 51. All right, sorry, go ahead.
You're good. Yeah, both initials is KB. Both number 8. He drove number 8 car. Wow. Kobe wore number 8, of course. Died at 41. Both were having major legal financial settlements right beforehand. Kobe was the high-tech pharmaceuticals over a diet pill branding, and Bush won $8.5 million settlement against a major insurance company weeks before his endless death.
Wow.
Numerology and ritual claims. There was 244 months between events, birthdays, eclipse connections. And then, of course, some claim sacrifices and stuff. But, yeah, the number, the car number, and the initials, and the year, and is an interesting coincidence for sure.
Yeah, I love Kobe too. He's probably my favorite. I mean, I was a Celtics fan growing up, but I was in the Kobe era, and he was one of my favorite players. Probably my favorite. Like I had a bunch of his jerseys and stuff. He's one of my favorite players. It was
like hell, everybody was like saying Kobe, throwing a piece of paper at a garbage can. You know?
Yeah.
My favorite player was in the NBA was back in the day was Barkley.
Oh yeah, Barkley's the man. Yeah.
I love Barkley because when I started playing basketball in like elementary school, I was power forward, center. I was the tallest, and then I come back, and then everybody shot above me, and I never.
Yeah.
But and so that's how I learned how to play was power forward and center. So when I played, a lot of times I had to relearn and learn how to play shooting guard and to play point guard. Like, hey, you're small, you got to play point guard. I'm like, I don't know how to play point guard. I know how to play low. so I had to relearn and stuff. But I still like playing low, and so him being like 6'4", banging with them big 6'9", 7-foot monsters and out rebounding them, and that's what I was trying to do too. I would get down in them trees where they couldn't see me.
Yeah,
They leave it up, and I'd jump up and grab the ball and take off and back out the hole, and like, where did he go from? And it's just, I wasn't scared to get pushed around and banged around because I love, like I said, I love playing basketball. I don't know, I just time and stuff. I hadn't been able to keep up with a lot of stuff anymore.
Yeah.
I follow the Grizzlies a little bit and see if they're winning or doing good or not. That's about it, really.
They were doing good. They were doing good a couple of years ago. But again, it was such a blur to me. I mean, they had a bad year this year.
Yeah.
They're talking about maybe moving him to Nashville, even, or maybe like making it like a regional team, making it so Nashville. Because like LeBron came out saying like Memphis sucks, Memphis is boring, like bring it to Nashville, whatever. Recently,
I saw the owner said he didn't care what LeBron said. They're gonna stay here in Memphis. But if we get Ja Morant from doing stupid stuff, we'll be all right. He wants to do gunshotting or whatever and get suspended for silly, celebrations and stuff. But Matt's 6'4" short in basketball.
It is.
It is when you're down. When you're down there fighting with trees, 7 foot, 7'1", 7. That was Manute Bol days, 7'7".
Yeah, I mean, Steph Curry is 6'3".
Yeah,
he's short. I'm 6'4". I would be I was like a center in high school, but I was a short white town. I would be a guard in the NBA for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like Kobe. If the trial didn't happen for Kobe, that whole like the accusations and everything didn't happen, he would be like his legacy, his like place on Mount Rushmore. He was amazing. He was but he's like he's in the Jordan shadow of like looking and playing exactly like him immediately right after him. But the season where he got accused of that stuff, he was like the best player I've ever watched in my lifetime. Like, it was amazing.
Oh yeah, nobody could beat his work ethic. Like you can't
exactly.
beat Kobe's work ethic. Like he was in there first thing in the morning. And everybody's, you always hear the stories. And then if you were out partying or whatever, and you didn't get into the gym at all, he would chew your ass because it was like he's in there, and he's one of the best players in the world. It's just.
He was on some weird stuff. He was on, not weird, but he was like interesting too. He was like getting metaphysical kind of with the idea stuff. Or he had this series of videos or like talks where he would talk about the Muse box. Or like getting into the Muse, the Kobe Muse box, or getting into the zone, and it's kind of this way he would visualize. Like, it's been years since I watched it, but a way he would visualize kind of like getting into the flow state on call. Kind of, he called it the Muse box, and it's kind of weird protocols and everything. He was getting like philosophical. He was I don't know. I miss Kobe. But yeah, there's a lot of weird ritual stuff, and I don't know if all the things are conspiracy per se, but for sure synchronistic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting to see, and like I said, everything going on at one time. It just, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be an interesting month.
Yeah, sure.
June's gonna be interesting this year.
We got the UFC thing at the White House on the 14th too. That's like the end of the few days after Disclosure Day, and that just like that display. I just saw the pictures of it. That just looks like some kind of alien contraption, some kind of contact thing that they had built so a portal can open up in the middle of it or whatever.
It does.
Yeah. And the World
Stargate.
Cup. Yeah, Stargate thing. Yeah. The World Cup. I saw. This is just off the top of my head. The World Cup. It's happening like it's a whole North American thing. So it's happening in Canada, the U.S. and Mexico. So it's like multiple performers, multiple dates, and it's happening like over a whole month. So it's kind of confusing as like an American who's not used to that style of sports. But when it's in L.A. in Inglewood, they have a 3-mile the FAA called for a 3-mile no-fly zone. So no drones. They're shooting any drone out of the sky. They're shooting anything out of the sky. So that's just like setting up for any lights above the stadium that day is not a drone. It's a alien or it's a UFO or whatever it is. Like They got people looking at the sky for some reason.
So they're either gonna do something with drones and it's gonna be sanctioned, but they'll say, "Oh, this drone activity, that's not supposed to happen," or something weird.
It was not a civilian drone. It was not. We would have shot it out of the sky. Yeah.
Yeah.
We specifically said no drones. And so I don't know. Do you guys ever? Rivers brought this up to me too. I showed it Rivers. Like during the Olympics last year, or 2 Olympics ago at this point. I wasn't alive for this, but the 1984 LA closing ceremonies for the Olympics, when they had the flying saucer come down. See if you can, it's worth putting up there if you haven't watched this. If you can YouTube LA Olympics closing ceremony flying saucer. And there's the video. It's the whole show is basically just, and it's like 30 seconds, whatever. The whole thing is just the closing ceremony. This green UFO, it's like green spiraling lights coming down, just a flying saucer. So like the announcers are like, they made it's a 2-ton craft coming down, and then like, everyone shine your blue lights at it to get it to come down and stuff. And the whole thing is just the crowd engaging with these blue lights. So this big green flying, this saucer lands in the middle of the cathedral of the Olympic Village or whatever it is. And that's the whole thing. And then there's a bunch of arches and fire and stuff. And it's just like, if that happened, like the Olympics now, people are trying to decipher it. What does this mean? What does this weird esoteric art painting represent or whatever? But it's just 84. There's flying saucer coming down, and that's the whole thing. Like, if that happened today, people would shit their pants. Like, crazy.
Oh yeah, I seen a video the other day. It was in a Dallas game, and they actually had them UFOs. You seen that one? I think that was the 90s. I think it was a Dallas Cowboy game, and turned around and looked up. And what is that? What the hell is that? You know, and actually,
that's a real UFO. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Strange time.
Yeah, it's like the first Men in Black movie, the baseball player that looked up and saw a UFO and it was caught in the newspapers after. That's funny. That movie, I mean, it's probably so much propaganda, but it was so good.
Men in Black, yeah, I love Men in Black. It was produced by Spielberg and now Amblin DreamWorks production.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, anything, even if he didn't direct it, he produced it. So like he touched all the UFO lore and like all kind of the series. I'm watching his the sci-fi series Taken of him. Oh yeah, this is the video.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna let you talk about. Listen to the music they're playing though. That's...
Yeah. Close Encounters of an Olympic Fan. Yeah, Jesus, look at that thing. That's crazy.
Here's 84
Here comes the spaceship.
Here comes the spaceship.
You believe this? Most of the crowd just beginning to see it now. Oh, it's several hundred feet high still. Shining his light, finding this strange sight in the small planet it is discovered.
This would be hard to like find this information, but I would love to see UFO reports, 1983 versus 1985, like, or like this. What did this do to the UFO reports? Or the whole world watched this. Did this increase sightings after that?
Right.
Eerie.
Are you watching games? Did you pop them up?
I watched some of it. I had to stop when
It's a flying saucer, no big deal. But it's crazy. Yeah. That's the whole show. It's just like a Close Encounter style, changing colors above the stadium, telling the fans to flash the lights at it to get like basically something to come down. It's so crazy. If that happened today, it'd be bonkers.
It's still at about 1,000 feet.
That's what I'm hoping for the World Cup. There's at least like a few, maybe Katy Perry opening with ET and a few like alien style stagecraft.
To the spaceship giving its return signal.
They've been playing music like Close Encounters.
It really is Close Encounters, exactly. Call and response. Call and response.
You know what's weird though? Because I'm just thinking, and I could be wrong on this, but like I don't recall a lot of UFO experiences involving music like that.
I can't think of a single one. Now that you mention it, yeah, just the movie.
Yeah, I mean, sounds, yes, like humming, like electricity, crackling. I've heard that, but I can't say I've heard of. It could be a few. I can't think of a lot.
I can't think of any. Maybe like weird maybe weird tones or weird, hums and buzzes or whatever. But like,
yeah,
its impact though, it changed the connotation of saucers, the vibe of saucers. Like it said it in that AI readout thing that like before Close Encounters, when you see a saucer in media, it was like this like dull like I forget the term we used, like the something hum, where it's like a loud ominous tone, like, it was something to be scared of and stuff. But just having the music made it more like it was like a high-tech version of an angel playing a harp, or some kind of like, it made it more heavenly to have some kind of tones coming down, like nice tones coming down from space. And there's a classic video of Spielberg on Inside the Actor Studio with James Lipton, and James Lipton's like, your mother was a musician and your father was a engineer, and the aliens communicated through science and music. And do you find this to be was that on purpose? And you see Spielberg's face like light up. He's like, I didn't realize that till right now. Like, thank you for that. So whether that's bullshit or not, I don't know. But just, he's I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know.
I got some info for you, Derek.
What?
Use my buddy Grok. We gotta use the demons to help us out here.
Yeah, we gotta. Yeah, this was for.
But but I said, what are show the numbers of UFO sightings from 83 to 85? 83, we had 262.
Yeah.
Peaked, and this is the interesting point. I'm curious. I'm thinking about expanding this list, later. But all 3 years it peaked in June.
Okay.
Peaked 84 had 242, and then 85 had 306, with June with a total of 93. So that's interesting. In all 3 years, just these 3 years I just put in.
Yeah.
Now June is the highest month for UFOs.
When's the Olympics? June.
And then, don't get me wrong on that.
It doesn't matter. I mean,
the number did go up after that whole thing
Yeah.
happened.
That's
the
weird.
following year, but and of course all this disclosure and stuff's happened here in June, so it's
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's trippy. I mean, what's up, Daryl? Yeah, I mean, to one example, just synchronistically and just anecdotally, when the whole goblin mode thing was picking up, we did the goblin mode syncs on Mike's show, and there was like the word of the year, the Oxford Dictionary did or Webster's, whatever it was, did the goblin mode, and Elon Musk tweeting goblin mode and all kind of goblin stuff in the zeitgeist, and the Russia-Ukraine conflict, they were each calling each other trolls and orcs and goblins and golems and stuff, and evoking goblins. And then that was for like a few weeks, and then all of a sudden there was at least 2 that I remember goblin sightings that are popping up in the zeitgeist. So like, I don't know if people just had goblins on the mind, so they just like hallucinated it, or just they were just thinking goblins, so goblins popped up, or you know what I mean, just the perception, the expectation, whatever's in the zeitgeist, kind of whatever's in the stew at the time, is kind of is manifest, potentially. I don't know.
Yep.
The plane. I see count.
Yeah.
There's weird stuff with planes too, like objects appearing to change into planes, or planes appearing in the sky to change into lights, or like UFO type shaped craft.
Oh yeah.
All that kind of weirdness too.
I was sitting in the parking lot on my break and my lunch and stuff, and there's like lights that come off and the like fly over the store all the time, or just you can see far. When I'm in the parking lot, I can just see far, and it just I'm looking for the blinking lights. I'm waiting for the blinking lights, and it's just like, is this a UFO I'm looking at? This is unbelievably bright, and it's like coming right at me, and it's weird. And all of a sudden, it just switches, and the big light goes off, and just two blinking lights go on, and it didn't turn, it didn't change directions. It like, why did all of a sudden just like when it's close to me, did it go way dim and turn to blinking lights? And it's just, is that, I don't know, am I just dumb? Is that I don't know, just yeah. It'd be a pretty easy defense mechanism if they were trying to hide, to just toss a red and green light on your spaceship, and everyone would just assume it's a plane, you know.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, that's what makes it all so hard. Is there are reports of things that don't look normal, then suddenly they change into something that looks normal. So that's why all this is so tricky.
Yeah. Obviously, World UFO Day is the July 2nd. That's during the World Cup. Oh, Trump is going to Game 3 of the finals, of the NBA Finals. He's been the first president to go to an NBA Finals game in history. Just to watch the alien, I guess.
Yeah. Interesting.
Strange times.
Yeah, they really are. And it's funny because I normally don't watch movies anymore because my eyes being bad and everything, but now I'm like, geez, do I have to watch that Disclosure Day? Like,
oh yeah.
Do I want to? I don't really want to, but if I don't, people are gonna be talking about it.
Yeah, I'm going to see. I'm seeing it day one. It's crazy. Like they released the movies. Like its release date is June 12th. Like that's the Friday, and then a decade ago, they started doing the 7:30 or 10 o'clock at night premieres on the Thursday before. So like technically, it kind of releases on the 11th. But I checked the show times for this, and this show time is all day long on Thursday. It just opens on Thursday. But for some reason, they're calling it opens on the 11th. So I'm gonna go like in the morning or in the middle of the day on Thursday before work. But yeah, I'm pumped for it. I'm hyped for it. It's not a big deal. And I think a lot of theaters now they do they accommodate for blind people. Like you can do the audio. They give you like headphones, and it does it like tells you the audio description, whatever it is.
Ah, okay.
That movie datas, yeah.
That's cool.
I'm pretty positive about that.
Yeah, I might go check it out. Just curiosity and everything. Just hit the movie theater. We got a little country movie theater here in town. So if they have it there,
yeah,
I bet I'm sure they will.
No, yeah, for sure, yeah. It's a big deal.
It's all of them.
The best Spielberg in 20 years. They're saying. Yeah, who doesn't love UFOs? The movies are back now. Like Gen Z just said movies last weekend, so we're back. The theaters are about to be bumping all summer. I have to get a movie pass this year. It's too many movies.
That'd be cool. I didn't know they had stuff like that.
Yeah, you can see like
just get a pass with it. You pay so much a month. So you pay so much, and you get access, or
yeah.
How's that work?
I used to when I first started doing the overnights, I would go to the movies at least every Monday, if not every Monday and Wednesday. And then I just started getting more tired and shit. And then my car started getting there's no theater like super close to me, so I just stopped going, and then or stopped going as regularly. But if I was going all the time, if you were going like basically more than once a month, it's worth it. So like if I'm going to the theater once, I have to get popcorn, which means I have to get a drink. So that's like $25, and then a pass for 5 movies in a month is $30. So it's like, why wouldn't I just get a pass? You know? And you see like one a week at least or whatever. but
Ain't bad.
not bad at all. But
No.
so often I just like I'm so tired of my days off, and then I'm just like I really want to like. I'm always worried, just like, is this trip gonna be the trip where my transmission falls off or something like that, or just is this? And it's just like there's a 10,000 shit things I can watch on my streaming apps and stuff. Do I really want to go out to watch this movie? Like, can I not wait 2 months to see it when it comes at home? But and I'm a movie guy. I'm a theater guy. Like I'm pro theater experience. It's just like there's so much content now. I just know. I just stay home and smoke and watch whatever I want.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I lose the every time I go to movies lately is like when my mom wants to go. It's like, all right, we're gonna go to this, or like we went to watch the big one of the Marvel movies and stuff like that. And we watched that or something like that. I know we done Hunger Games. We've gone watched that before.
Yeah.
So yeah, mom wants to go. Me and my brother will come up there and we'll go with her. But truly, that's the last time I've been to the movies. It's one of them times that mom wants us to come out and do it.
Yeah. I saw Superman in theaters, and I saw Godzilla -1 in theaters, and that's like 2 years in between those two. I don't think I went to the theaters for like 2 years between that.
That's the last movie I seen was Godzilla -1.
That was fun in theaters. That was good in theaters.
That was a good movie.
Yeah.
It's so funny. That's been
my
so
ringtone.
long since I've seen a movie in a theater that I don't even remember now what the last movie was that I saw in a theater. So that's like
Yeah.
20 some years, maybe, or longer.
What was the first one you saw in theaters? Do you remember?
Might have been one of the Star Wars movies.
Oh, nice. That's a good one.
Yeah, might have been one of those. That's hard to remember too now.
like Return of the Jedi, or like one of the sequels, you mean, or like one of the prequels?
Oh no, one of the original three. It was definitely one of the. Yeah.
The original was 77, wasn't it? So maybe before you were born.
Yeah, so maybe we saw.
When was Jedi? 84. Yeah. The first one I remember was Lion King. I saw Lion King in theaters, and when Mufasa died, I had to leave. I was crying too hard. I don't know if it was my first one. It was my first memory, at least.
Those Disney movies love to kill off those parents.
Stop being a dad in a Disney movie. You're not long for this world.
Man. I went dark there. Sorry about that.
No, sure.
They always did, though. Bambi, and all of them. It's crazy. Just tormenting children.
Yeah.
And that's a whole nother rabbit hole. You want to jump down all the, spiritual and mystical stuff with them.
Yeah, I mean Walt was there's the Spirit, the Mathemagic video, Disney video that everyone has seen of Donald Duck doing the sacred geometry and stuff that goes around social media and stuff. Walt was a Demolay. He was part of the Demolay Society, which is like it's like a younger version of the Masons. It's like before you become a Mason when you're like in high school or whatever. It's like a farm system for the Masons or for the Rosicrucians and stuff. With the same belief systems. So that's all baked into Disney and everything.
We did a Sunday show on Disney, Red K and I mean, not so much of that stuff, but like the haunted, at least that was the original. A lot of the haunted stuff, like the ghosts that are seen in some of those places, those properties.
I think Disneyland is 33rd parallel, right? I think.
I don't know.
Not Disney World, but something like that.
That'd be interesting. That'd be wild. I know. Epcot was supposed to be the first 15-minute city.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, it basically is, right?
I mean, well, he really wanted to plan, like he wanted all the people to work there and stuff, and then they and live there, work there. Like Walt really wanted them to, like, it was going to be a 15-minute city. It was going to be the precursor to what we're looking at now. And when he died, they punted it and made Epcot Park. But
no thanks.
Yeah, we're not doing that now. But no, he actually wanted them. Like, in a way, it sounded like, you look into it, like he didn't even want them, like, wasn't gonna make real money. They just gonna give you like Disney money or something, where you just spend money there. Like you were basically trapped there. It was pretty wild, the concept and everything, but it turned into what they're trying to do nowadays and everything.
I feel like
Of
that's
course, they
still
could bring
kind
it back
of
to life now. Any cryo freeze, then maybe one day we'll have Walt come back.
Yeah. I mean, you were talking about the Tesla papers and shit, and that's he's kind of baked into the whole Tomorrowland plus Ultra stuff, like the World's Fair era, turn of the century era visionaries potentially forming this like breakaway civilization and having some kind of like a time travel technology and stuff, and the whole like the plus Ultra in that mythology is like from the Tomorrowland mythology. And in that movie, we were talking predictive programming and the stuff coming out in the media, manifesting or whatever. The whole plot of that is like Tesla, Edison, Disney, and stuff. These visionaries of the time did a breakaway civilization. They formed this like pocket realm. They created this little pocket realm for themselves, where science was being persecuted against. They weren't able to like fulfill their greatest ideas and inventions. So they create a pocket realm to just have free visionary flow, whatever, very pro science type of thing. And then they realized they like figure out time travel and stuff. They're able to like peer outside of time, like real Vatican chronovisor style. And they're like, we see these apocalypses coming down the pike. We see these future apocalypses. So we control the media or whatever in some capacity. So we snuck these warnings into the media. We showed you these apocalypses in your movies and your TV to warn you that these are coming. So you stop. So you change course, because we see all the time. We see where you're going. Change course. And then it backfired. You watch these apocalypse movies, you watch disaster movies, but you loved them, you ate them up, and you actually barreled closer and faster to those apocalypses. The opposite worked. But basically the whole thing was like, they used predictive programming to mess with the probabilities, to put ideas in the heads of the masses, so that the timeline that they want to forms, to change the trajectory of where the flow is going, through like incepting ideas, planting these little seed ideas within the movies and stuff, so that we go certain directions. It's creepy.
There's a video. I haven't played it, but there's a video game now. It's like a first person. Well, I don't know if it's first person, but it's like a shooting up video game.
Yeah.
And it's basically Tesla versus Lovecraft.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, you playing that? You play that?
No, I haven't played it. But I saw about. I just saw it because I just obviously with all the things we talked about, it's like no kidding. But I mean that's wild.
I've seen the poster for it though. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
It's like him riding Cthulhu with like shooting like green energy, and then Lovecraft riding like a big robot shooting like electricity.
No, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
cool,
Lovecraft
cool.
has all the monsters, and then Tesla's in this mech, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, for the speaking of like monsters and Lovecraft and stuff, last night's show on Mike's show we were talking about the monster season and everything. We forgot the Minions movie that's coming out pretty soon, like Minions and Monsters or Minions, something like that. And if you look at the trailer, this might be worth watching too if you're just looking for the shit to play, Ricky. Minions and Monsters trailer, and it opens up in this temple, and the minions open the Necronomicon up, and they do a ritual, and there's like symbols all over the ground, and then smoke appears, and up comes a Cthulhu minion, and it's just a minion with the Cthulhu tentacles, and it's literally a Cthulhu minion, and then I think it's basically about like the plot's like a meta commentary about the history of monsters in Hollywood, pretty much, but like the trailer, the Super Bowl trailer, starts with a summoning of Cthulhu. Bonkers. That's coming out like next week, 2 weeks now. Monster
I shared a picture of that.
Yeah,
A screenshot of that somewhere on Discord. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's big. We're talking like the course of Cthulhu and the mythology coming in through Lovecraft, and then influencing, not by name, but influencing like the artists making the 70s and 80s movies, like H.R. Giger and stuff, making all the alien stuff. Like the title is not Lovecraft, the title is not Cthulhu, but it's influenced by them. Fast forward 40 more years, now all of a sudden a kids movie, the biggest, like if not Toy Story might be the biggest movie of the year, or this movie is going to be the biggest movie And if you're a kid seeing this movie, it's like I just mentioned Lion King. This is your movie as a kid. You're 5 years old. It's going to introduce you to Cthulhu and summoning Cthulhu and the Necronomicon and stuff. Like that's
fine.
What? It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. No big deal. Just, I don't know, man.
That's crazy. I just was scrolling through it. I didn't play it. Let's see.
Yeah, there's like Cthulhu. Oops.
In Hollywood, the new stars of the silver screen changed the face of the motion picture.
I don't know if this is
The Minions are back with a touch of
It's a
mystery.
different one. I haven't seen this one.
Oh yeah, it's a different one.
If you search Minions Super Bowl trailer,
Carbonara.
that was their first trailer.
Lasagna.
That opens up.
Now in
Let's see.
There's like entire Lovecraft City games.
You see those large, heavily armed men? They suspect you have killed their leader, and they want you dead.
Quick?
Okay, action!
Back to the.
What there?
Go back one. Go back. Scroll a little bit. See if I can see it. Trailer 1. Is there a trailer 1? First trailer. Super Bowl trailer. Anything like that? Yeah, Super Bowl. Yeah. There it is. Yeah, number 1. Yep.
Oh,
maybe.
You see those large, heavily armed men? They suspect you have killed their leader, and they want you dead.
Quick?
Okay, action!
Buddy?
We're just actors! That was perfect! You wrote a monster movie?
Si, con pica kaiju. Arr, arr.
What are you going to use for your monster? Aha.
Miso soup con gomae. Natenobu.
Cthulhu.
Daifuku. Non les pica monstra. Teeny tiny Bobby. Stop manhandling me, you big weirdo. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So you need monsters for your movie. I know the scariest monsters. Don't be scared though, they're such good guys. Just try not to look too delicious. Huh? Buddies, por favor. Oh, Chris!
That's a blind spot for me. Is the Minions movies. I don't like the Minions movies.
Same.
I feel like all it is a Tesla Lovecraft thing. That's crazy. I feel like all post 2000 kid shit. I just haven't really paid attention to as much.
Yeah,
it's weird. It's weird that a whole generation of kids, their biggest pop culture staple is Minions, and like it feels like a weird thing to idolize like that. Minions, you know.
It's also weird that some of them have one eye.
Yeah. Illumination too. The
yeah.
But yeah, just minions or slaves or servants or I don't know. It just seems like a weird cultural like titan to exist.
I was talking to a lady a long time ago, several years ago. I was up in Hot Springs. She was telling me about the ghost lore and stuff like that there, and how her boyfriend works at the most haunted hotel there, and the Arrington there in Hot Springs. tell me some of the things he's seen and stuff like that. Then she started talking about she was watching something on Disney, and he figured it out, and they're doing a seance, whatever, around the circle and stuff, and you had 3 people there. Then you realized that you completed the circle. You know, you were looking at them, and so you were completing the circle. So he was like, she said, I turned it off real quick. It was just
yeah. That's a weird thing. I gotta kind of keep those two minds like separate from me, because I love pop culture. I love movies and stuff. When I was a kid, I wanted to make movies and everything. Like my best friend in high school, he went like we toured film school together. And I didn't go. I couldn't afford it. But he went on to like he won Sundance like a few years out of college and everything as like the DP of a documentary. I was passionate about that. I still love it. But then my other brain is conspiracy brained. So I'm just like I'm watching all these things, and it's just like I'm at the point now if like there's subliminal stuff popping up or anything that's like seems kind of weird. I just like I turn my head. I just don't want to watch it, or I just like I mute it for a second and stuff. It's just like I don't want to like just in case, just in case. Especially now that Hollywood's falling apart and crumbling. It's on its last leg. Like, maybe in the 80s they wouldn't hide a spell in there, but if that meant between like a movie bombing in the box office versus like breaking even to toss an actual spell in there, I wouldn't put it past them these days.
Oh yeah. Mike said minions are the Gigi of the Anunnaki. Anyway.
Yeah, Santa's elves. Yeah, exactly. Mortal slaves. Yeah, mindless drones. So she's nameless, faceless. I think some of them have names and stuff, but just replaceable cogs in the machine. Just yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Golems and daemons. Yeah. There's little homunculi to do your bidding.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. James, you ready to go for the record?
Oh, sure, no problem. It's only another 2.5 hours to do it? Yeah, no problem. Or 1.5, whatever it is. It's too late to do math now. Damn it, Ricky, you're trying to get me to do math. That's not going to work.
I can't last that much longer. I've been up all day.
Yeah. No, I was thinking that myself. I gotta get up in the morning and do some scrapping, I guess, in the morning. So early.
Yeah.
But
if there's anything else you can think of that you want to hit before we take off, then I'm here. But
no, I think we hit a lot.
Yeah. The big thing I'm focused on is I'm in saucer mode. Saucer season's in full swing, and I'm doing the Spielberg backlogs. Spielberg. We're just synchronistically too. I was listening to. There were no shows. I forget what night it was. After the 100th show, I was listening to all Spielberg stuff all night long, and then into work. I mean, at home the next day, and then my feed refreshes. My podcast feed refreshes, and like one of my biggest podcasts is their Rewatchables, which is a movie recap pod or whatever. And Spielberg is on the podcast. This is his second podcast appearance he's ever done, and he goes on the podcast to talk about 2001: A Space Odyssey and stuff. So just I don't know. The synchronicities are telling me to just keep my eye on the saucer stratosphere here and just pay attention to that.
Yeah,
so,
you're doing great. So
for sure.
But now we're all in it. Now we're all looking for it though. Like we all got the breadcrumbs here. But Spurs down 1-0 though. I mean down 0-1. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's gonna be like I said. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be an interesting month. June's gonna be. There's so much stuff possibly coming out. It's gonna be interesting. I thought maybe we were gonna try to do something on July 4th. Do some disclosure for Independence Day movie and kind of 250th year birthday, and that'd be interesting to have it. That'd be a hell of a shindig.
Yeah. I mean, July 2nd is World UFO Day, and there's a reason for that. It's because that's July 4th, July 3rd. That whole time is when the big everyone's looking at the sky. Obviously, fireworks are like a classic again, this like venerating the sky, calling down these sky gods. It's like that's the origins of it. It's to get the attention of these things from up above or from
And it
elsewhere.
works.
Yeah.
I mean, there's sightings of them. Sorry, Derek, but yeah, it works.
Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah, it's weird. It's just synchronistically too. On the Hunter show, you were talking about Crowley, and Crowley moved to New Hampshire for his like magical retreat or magical retirement in America. He came for like for 4 years, and I'm in Massachusetts on like the New Hampshire-Massachusetts border. So I'm like closer to Salem, New Hampshire than I am to Salem, Mass. And Salem, New Hampshire is where America's Stonehenge is, and you keep going up 93, and that's where the Betty and Barney Hill incident was, and the Exeter UFO incident. And a little farther than that is where Ghislaine Maxwell got arrested for sex crimes on UFO day. And then the same day that the head of MUFON was arrested for sex crimes on UFO day, the head of MUFON.
Yeah.
Epstein his like victims during their art therapy was drawn in flying saucers. Epstein flying around in flying saucers, and there's just a lot of weird. That weird the creepy Lovecraft Country type of alienness to this area here, and to the UFO phenomena in general and stuff. It's weird.
Nice. Yeah, that is a wild though. Then you get up there around Mothman too, up that area.
Yeah.
There's a lot of paranormal and different, up that New England area. But that is wild. I didn't know she got arrested on UFO day though.
On UFO day, yeah. And the MUFON head. I think the MUFON head was the day after, on the 3rd, I think. But yeah, crazy. Yeah, it's weird. As they're like, and she was filmed a bunch of times in her like little personal submersible submarine that looks like a underwater UFO, and all that kind of stuff. There's just a lot of weird stuff in the mix around this time of the year.
Oh, no doubt. But no, I think, like I said, we covered a lot, and I see Mike Strange said he's been taking notes, so we ought to have a great tomorrow's Trouble Minds ought to be interesting.
Nice.
Now he's going to take from this and run with it, I'm sure, or something.
Yeah, it's always a good show, but with all this going on, should make it even better.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely.
I felt like other than having to go to the bathroom a little bit, I felt like a pretty quick 4 hours. I don't know about you. But
yeah, really.
Zoom by.
It really has. Kind of like when James and I did the first Beyond the Possible. We turned around and looked up and it's 5 hours in. We're like, what in the world? Mm-hmm. It's easy, you just get talking and going. And I knew it was going to be a long one. I knew deep down we would crack well over 3. So
yeah, I didn't think we'd go to 4 hours. I was tired in the afternoon. I was like, I'm sleeping.
It's get talking and you let it go. And I did that the other day. I was on a panel Saturday night, and I'm like, all right, yeah, I'm gonna have to get out of here. And it was like 2:30 in the morning. I'm like, I got to go. And then somebody asked something, I'm like, so I just start rambling on this, and I'm like, look, I got to go, y'all. I will sit here and talk to y'all about this all night. I got to go. So.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, Derrick, you got any shout outs you want to give?
No. Well, I mean, for myself, no, nothing really to promote. I mean, I guess if you there's that one big trailer on YouTube, whatever, it's just a little intro thing from almost a decade ago at this point. But just find me on Triple Minds, calling in all the time, or James's show sometimes, or just wherever the masters are on the mic, and they're lucky enough, or I'm lucky enough to be let on for a little bit. I'll show up. So it's a treat to. I don't get to do it myself. I don't have my own outlets, so it's nice when you guys allow me to ramble on about nonsense here. It's fun for me, and I appreciate you guys, and you guys do the harder work to do it all, to set it all up. Like it's a skill that I don't have clearly, so I appreciate it. But yeah, other than that, just yeah. Don't get lost in the sauce, everyone. This stuff, the way I talk about weird stuff, and I talk about, I like the weirder the better, the more extreme conspiracy the better. But like, I don't, I don't take it home with me necessarily. I treat them all at arm's length. They're like comic books. I know a lot of theories because I collect them all and stuff, but I don't necessarily treat them like they're all fact and everything. And I'm able to. It's fun because there's a layer of like, this could be real. This could be happening. Oh wow, this is very interesting. But I'm also be like, it might not be true. And I think that's keeps it from turning dark and angry and losing yourself in it, and keeps it more of the fun mentality of it. And it's more of a positive experience to try to keep that. Like I think they're actively trying to bamboozle you and give you too much information and try to drag you down in these dark tides and everything. And it's important to kind of keep your bearings a little bit and just have fun with it more. Just make conspiracy fun again, you know.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
But that's all I really got. Yeah, have fun.
I appreciate it. Yeah, and I'd like I said, I know I said last week, whatever, and this has been my goal. We've been working on this for a while, several months now, trying to get this together and everything lining up. Which I think maybe it's good we waited this long. That way we could see all these other things happening, and we wouldn't have had if we'd done it earlier. We wouldn't be where we're at right now and what's going on in the world and stuff. So it was just meant to be tonight, I guess.
Yeah,
and
I really appreciate it.
And I was wanting for the ones who hadn't heard you. Like I said, I know all the troubled minds, families, and stuff have heard you, but the ones who hadn't, I was hoping that way, I used to have an opportunity. You can go 4 hours like you did tonight.
Yeah,
let her rip, and have fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna hope it was fun for people to listen to. I always feel like I'm nervous and rambling and stuttering and like I almost feel like I'm just fighting a losing battle with physically getting my ideas. Like I had a bad stutter as a kid and stuff. I had real bad speech problem as a young one, so like it's a huge anxiety for me. So I'm always feel like I'm not delivering information in a way that's understandable or entertaining or like worth it. So as long as you guys aren't sick of hearing me, then I'll talk. But I really appreciate it.
No, everybody in the chat's been loving it, and I really have. I mean, and I like to say how I get lost in my words myself. I do the same thing. I get kind of twisted or whatever. It's part of it. How even in the people that get paid to do it every day, how they do that. And, you see them when they're live or something like that. You see them do the same things. When they look all fine and polished is because they had some high dollar editor went back and fixed it. That's the only reason they sound and look as good as they do is because they got editors and stuff. But yeah, we've had at least 30 people, if not more, all night long listening. So that's pretty good. So
yeah, anytime you want.
That's been amazing.
Thank you.
James, you go ahead and.
Yeah, thank you, James, for being here too. It's a huge help.
Oh, no problem. And I'm going to be starting a new schedule next week, so I'll be actually doing shows on Mondays and Wednesdays. So one of these weeks, I'll have to get you on the show and
Yeah, definitely.
And do that again at some point because Derrick used to be I could consider regular on my show for a while.
Regular. Definitely a regular.
Yeah. So for sure. And it'd be good to get you back on again, but. We
can do topics, or we can even just do comics too sometimes too. Like I'm reading, like whenever I read a comic, I'm like, oh, would James want to talk about this one on the show one day, or whatever. Like, there's a lot of but yeah, whenever you want. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll talk. I'm just going to go from there. But for anyone who doesn't know what show I'm talking about, that would be Salcido Paranormal, and that's SALSIDO Paranormal. You can find all the show episodes, 1,039 of them as of today, over at the website, along with links to everything else I do and social media, and that's salcidoparanormal.com. And you can send me experiences, any anomalous experiences you've had. There's a link there to do that. And thank you, Ricky, for having me on as well.
Yeah, no problem. Appreciate y'all both being here, and and it's been very fun. Like so, I know I've learned a few things and stuff, and that's what I'm always enjoying doing. That's what I do this for is bring for I can learn stuff, and if I learn something, maybe I can share it with somebody else, and then like hear and then talking with smart people and bouncing ideas and stuff. Like I've said a bunch of times, it's the big thing that a lot of people there's a lack of is just having communication and bouncing ideas off each other.
Yeah.
And we don't have to agree on every item or whatever. They don't, but we can just have a good discussion and everything. And I will say that even like the chat tonight, hell, there was nobody sitting there arguing blah blah blah. So everything was very very good. Like I said, I appreciate all the chat. Like I said, sitting around for over 4 hours now, almost 4.5 hours now. Hanging out with us. I know everybody has different times. I know we had a few people, they got sleepy. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning here, so.
Yeah, 2 o'clock here, yeah.
Exactly.
So I appreciate y'all.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
West people, they're not too bad off, but
Yeah.
I appreciate y'all being here, and make sure y'all check out the links in the description. Y'all give a follow to the Derrick's channel. Maybe, like I said, he's going to do it one day. I have faith. He's going to pop up one day, and he's just going to go. Today is the day.
Someday.
He's going to start it, and there let her rip, So you want to be, on the beginning of that, jump on board of that, and check it out. Check out all the friends and stuff. Like I said, y'all can probably see, everybody tomorrow on Trouble Minds tomorrow.
Yeah,
So
we'll be doing a more like Michael will he'll have a more organized, concise Synchro Storm breakdown for this. I just kind of did the introductory, like where my head was at with the Spurs disclosure day thing, but that will lead us into, like Mike said, the next 5 weeks. So we got strap onto your seats, whatever the hell I always say. But yeah, get ready. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be a fun summer, hopefully.
Yeah, fasten you.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever.
Fasten your seatbelt, baby. It's on.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
No, you're good. Yeah. It's going to be interesting. Like I said, until after the 4th, it's going to be fun. And then before I guess fun fact for me, I got a July 11th, the weekend after the 4th. I'm going to step in the cage and do a grappling match with one of the other coaches in the area. Yeah.
Wow.
I get to I'm pulling out the Ric Flair robe one more time.
Nice.
And go have fun. So I'll make sure y'all follow. Y'all check out the Discord or follow the links or my the channel on Facebook, Instagram, all that kind of fun stuff. And there'll be links to it so y'all can check it out. And if y'all want to watch, like I said, it'll be fun. It'll be streaming on YouTube and stuff. So I'll try to make sure I get the link to everybody if they want to watch it. It'll be fun.
That's cool.
My favorite part is because every time I see him come out in the robe, and everybody, I get people in the crowd hooing at me, like Ric Flair and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So and then I do woo back at him.
Got a big boa.
I was going to say I'll be 47 this year. I'm here having fun.
Yeah, hell yeah.
So that's what it's about. So yeah, got that going on too. So, but yeah, I'll keep everybody in the loop on that too. It'll be. Yeah, hopefully y'all enjoy that too. It's fun.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So,
how long have you been doing that for? Like,
I've been doing jujitsu and working like MMA, and I've been coaching for like 8 years. But I've been doing jujitsu and since 2008.
Have you they say like, you got to get choked out, you got to pass out. Like, have you gotten like put to sleep?
I come damn close. And the funny thing is, the only person who has ever put me to sleep for a second was my daughter.
Oh wow!
And I was being silly.
Yeah.
And she got on my back, and she had me a rear naked choke. She had everything right. She's like, "You better tap," and I just reached down, and was tickling her feet, and she sinked it in, and poop, and I went out, and I about fell. The only thing that saved me and her was her uncle was trying to stop us. We're on the concrete, and she loosened up, and so I came back for a second, but I couldn't walk. I was like, "What in the fuck is going on?" I was freaking out. I was like, "What in the world?" But she's the only one that's ever truly, it's absolutely only one ever.
That's
I hate
cool.
being choked, so that's
Yeah, it's
my,
not scary, man.
that's my number one thing is like people would like, I told my opponent the other day, I seen him at a grappling tournament and stuff, and I said, well, you're not going to tap me out, right? You do understand that. It's not happening. Now, I'll turn purple, I'll turn all signs of colors and stuff. But, I don't like tapping, and I don't, as long as I don't get it, but like I said, I was relaxed, and I let her get all the way, and just being silly, whatever. But yeah, I've been doing it for a long, long time. I've been doing martial arts since I was 15.
Oh, wow.
And now I started doing jiu-jitsu and then training with MMA fighters, and was trying to get ready for an MMA fight a couple times, but it fell through, and then life happened. But yeah. So then I started coaching back in 18, I think.
Oh, wow.
Oh. It's been a fun journey. I got to travel around the country and corner fights, all kinds of fights, bare knuckle, kickboxing, MMA, boxing. Bare knuckle's crazy. Every time I've been to one of those, somebody left in the ambulance.
Damn.
Every time. But yeah. Good times. But yeah, so we got that going on. Make sure y'all subscribed and hit the little notification bell, because I will be doing some day shows coming up. I'm trying to get myself ready to do more of those. Make it easier on me, because for being a premium creator for Rumble, I got to hit some numbers, and I need to do some day shows. So help me get them numbers. But like I said, again, appreciate y'all. Appreciate you, Derrick and James, for being here tonight. I think this has been a great show.
Yeah, it was fun. Thank you for having me.
Oh, no problem.
All right, I'm going to hop off, though. I got to take a pee. So
you good, man. I'm going to hit that outro music, and we'll get out of here.
All right, thank you guys. Later.
Take care.
Shackles, don't want no shackles on me. Don't want no shackles, don't want no shackles on me. I sat down with Big Brother, don't like those RFIDs. Got the blues about my freedom. Got the blues about tyranny. I got the blues about my freedom. Got the blues about tyranny. I sat down with Big Brother and the national ID. Don't want a chip in my wallet, chip in my car. And if I want to travel, it's nobody's business how far. Don't want no shackles, don't want no shackles on me. I said shame on Big Brother, always tracking and tracing me. Don't want a chip in my mother, chip in my wife, a chip in my babies. Stay out of our life. Don't want no shackles, don't want no shackles on me. I sat down with Big Brother, no more slavery. Play it for me, baby. Now, do you want a chip in your forehead, a chip in your arm, always tweaking your brain and causing you harm? Don't want no shackles. Don't want no shackles on me. I sit down with Big Brother in the good old USA. I sit down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother. Don't want a spy chip in me. Everybody, I sit down with Big Brother.